Welkom dames en heren op de eerste avond van de Olympische Zesdaagse van Amsterdam. We gaan de renners aan u voorstellen, de Zesdaagse Kanaal. We beginnen met 4 kasters van 21 lentes vanuit Onderwijk. In 2008 nationaal kampioen gesprek zijn in de junioren naar een nationale titel, derde plaats in Keirin en ook dit land bij de schimmelde onderdelen. Afgelopen winter dat hij al eerder goud had gepakt op de 50 kilometer en geweldige toekomstige zesdaagse zijsprong gereden aan de zijde van Madison van Zijl. Ze wonnen in Rotterdam en in Kopenhagen mede in de sturing in Amsterdam, in Keirin, Florida en derde in de Rijn. Daardoor zijn zij de winnaars van de UIV talentstuk van de voorbije winter en dus vanavond debuteren bij de grote mannen. Eerste applaus, Didier Kaspers, Madison van Zijl en de vice voor Max. Nolan Hopman van Zuid-Afrika, 28 jaar. Op de Madison in Korea op de Zuid-Afrikaanse baanpietels. En dat is de tijd op het Pan-Amerikaanse kampioenschap te gewonnen. En in het succes de zilverdomein tijdens de wereldkampioenschapsreeks in Australië. Er won verder ook in Durban en in Keirin Oro Classic. En in 2013 tukte hij de bloemen in Lost City in dat van Anatomic Jog Race in Tour in Nederland en in Durban. Dames en heren, de Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse applaus. Wesley Keirin, Nolan Hopman rijden voor Zuid Functional Sportswear. Volgende groep, Melvin Osman, 22 jaar, geboren in Derny, woont in Leek op de Warm Wielernes, rijdt vanaf zijn 5e jaar in 2007, Nederlands kampioen op de Keirin, derde in de koers en op de sprint. In 2008 jaar in Eelde, de zwaartestijnen, en dat is de beste Brabantse pijl. Verder winnaar in Vlakveld, Nijenveen en Melen. Het is een aantal voorzet in 2011, eerste groeptijd van Lyon. En in 2012 werd de beste in Nijenveen. Dames en heren, van Lasagne, Automartier, Computer en Filmskijkerhout is het onderdag Jesper Asselman. Man uit Delft, de tijdrijder. In 2013 kampioen van Holland. Tweede in het Open Belgisch kampioenschap Puttenkoers. Winnaar van het Irish Grand Prix. In 2012 de beste van Osselmeer. Tweede in de Almassevaar. In 2012 tweede in de ronde van Overijssel. Eerder op de baan. Tweede in de Nederlandse kampioenschap Puttenkoers bij de junioren. En derde op de stretch. En de duo uit Nederland rijden voor meetechnisch straatmeubilair. Hier zijn Oscar Asselman. Volgende groep op de categorie, Tristan Marquet, 26 jaar uit Noord-Valais, ofwel West-Zwitserland, zoon van de Hotel, was hier in nationale titels op de groepkoers, de stretch, vroegervolging en de wielerkampioen Onneer. Winnaar van toekomstcentra's in Kopenhagen, Amsterdam en de Unilever, won ook de centra's van Tilburg. Er komt dan Mark Hester, 28 jaar jong uit Denemarken. En hij werd aan de zijde van Michael Morgan, winnaar van de Unilever, en ook tweede Europees kampioenschap voor de stretch. En bovendien pakt hij nationale titels in Denemarken. En ook op de wegsuccessen. Maar het grootste succes was de overwinning in de zesdaagse van Kopenhagen voor het thuispubliek in Denemarken. Chapeau voor Louis-Dabel. Dames en heren, hier zijn Tristan Marquet, Marquester, rijden voor drukkerij Koopmans. Dat de bommen rijden op Robin Tracto, letterlijk en figuurlijk de grote plasbak, de bulten op Vonstad, de struisstukken op 2 wielen, kapotte hardrijbeest, Olympisch kampioen achtervolging en ploegachtervolging, wereldkampioen achtervolging, wereldkampioen ploegachtervolging, Europese kampioen ploegkoers, kortom een fenomeen met een polstak in rust van 44.
This program is presented by Giant Bicycles, Tux, and Island 200.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
In October 2012, the 11th edition of the Amsterdam 6-Day was run in the Velodrome Amsterdam. 6 days of sport and entertainment combined together to form a unique spectacle worth repeating every year.
Winnaars van de 20e Six van Amsterdam, winners of the 20th edition of the 6 Days of Amsterdam. Michael Morkov en Pim Lichthart. Wat een finale!
Ja, echt ongelooflijk. Toen we aan Keizer gingen dacht ik van het is gedaan. Maar ja, ik denk toch alles, nog één keer alles of niets. En ja, samen met Michael een fantastische maat hebben we het kunnen halen.
Hoe is het om hier te winnen in de hoofdstad? Je bent een Noord-Hollander, thuiswedstrijd.
Ja, het is echt een droom die uitkomt. Je wilt natuurlijk overal winnen, maar als je zo dicht bij huis kan winnen op de piste waar ik groot ben geworden, is echt mooi.
Michael, you postponed your season for this event. It must be worth it.
Yeah, it was all worth it, and I was really glad I could ride with Pim here. I know he would be motivated and strong after the road season, and to finish my road season with a win here, that's excellent.
But the last tours, it was a close call. Were you sure you were going to take the lap?
No, I was absolutely not sure. We was out there for a long time, and Terpstra and Keizer looked really strong in the peloton, but we had the most power in the end, and yeah, that was a relief.
Two good road races, winning here. What does it say about a 6 day? Was it hard?
Sure, it was hard. I think it was a really good peloton Amsterdam had this year with a lot of really strong riders, so me and Pim, we can be really proud of this victory.
And again in 2013, the champions will have to emerge from a formidable field of competitors from Europe, South Africa, and the USA.
Will you tell us the tip of the evening?
The tip of the evening is very difficult to say because a lot of riders are from the same level. It's not like last few years that you have couples who are very strong. That can be very interesting, but okay, a tip is always Juri Havik, Stuppler, that's a very good couple, but also Pim Lichthart. They're still very good riders, but I think the level is very close by each other.
Will we see any surprises tonight?
Yeah, when there's a surprise, it's also for me a surprise because there are also a few riders I don't know so well. But yeah, I see the results they make, and yeah, they're very good riders. So yeah, a lot of is possible today.
Yep. And who will be the leader at the end of the evening?
Then I go for Havik, Stuppler.
Sprint Masters, the whole lot, you've come to the right place. If you're joining us on the internet, then you are extraordinarily welcome. If you manage to find your viewing elsewhere, tell everybody, for goodness sake, because this 3 days of Amsterdam is going to be fun. We're just rolling through the introductions to the teams, and quite some lineup we've had, not only by the pairs but also from the sprinters. Toon Mulder has turned up, for instance, so it's more than just an interlude throughout the evening. It will be busy, and we're going to be racing right from the very off. It is Madison to start the evening off with 90 laps of this track, and every 5 minutes or so we'll be giving you a positional on the race track. It's 9 sprints in total. They'll be carrying a rolling tally of 5, 3, 2 and 1 points, and then at the end we will work out exactly who it is that is leading, and they'll pick up 20 points to their weekly tally. It's a long old road, this one, and it might well get bumpy along the way. So we've had our introductions, or at least some of them, just rolling up to the line right now. It's the Vlasman team. This is Jens Maurice, maybe familiar to you with from Orica Green Edge, along with Wim Sturtinger. This pairing certainly one to watch out for. We just saw De Kettler and Van Ho riding for Dalen in the pink jerseys come through. Many people's pick to actually excel here and maybe just win it by the end of this 6 days of competition. So handshakes to the fore. There is the man who has Frank Bollet in the suit, who has cobbled all this together. It's a magnificent arena. It's a great atmosphere, and it will reach boiling point not only by the finale of this evening, but of course by the end of the week as well. Right, well, it's just about enough from me. I'm Carlton Kirby. Alongside me is Tony Doyle. Tony, fantastic 6-day racing. It's got an amazing history, and well, we're about to rewrite just a little chapter within that record book right now.
That's right, and we've just seen Jens Maurice, team number 3. Of course, Jens rides for Orica Green Edge, but he started off racing on the track. So bronze medalist in the individual pursuit, so he's coming back to where it all started. And now we're coming around to team number 2. These have got to be one of the favourites for this 6-day race. We've got world champion in the Omnium, Aaron Gate from New Zealand, and Luke Roberts. Tremendous pedigree as a track rider, 3 times world champion in team pursuit, and of course Olympic champion in the team pursuit from Athens. So very experienced rider. So you've got an older rider with a young rider, but they're both very, very good and raring to go.
Luke Roberts, he's 36 years of age now. 3rd on the Tour of Britain, you may remember, a few years ago. Just when the Tour of Britain really became underscored. There is Luke Roberts just waving his hands to the crowd right now, wearing the baseball cap, trying to groove out and get down with the kids, I guess. 36 years of age now. He riding alongside Aaron Gate, the Kiwi. So De Telegraaf, which is the local newspaper, the national newspaper I should say, in Holland, sponsoring this team in gold. Next up, it's the Visa squad, Pim Lichtaert and of course Marcel Koutz. Now if you want a man who knows how to ride this sort of thing, then Pim probably fits that bill, Tony.
Yeah, I mean very much so, and of course being the star, previous winner, won last year, highly motivated, and he knows he's got a job to do, trained very hard for this, and he'll be looking to try and defend that title. So a very strong team, and I know they can't wait for the racing to actually start tonight. These guys have been hanging around this track for a couple of days now, and they're rearing to get on those boards and start racing for the first time proper of this 2013-14 winter season.
Well, let's not forget that Pim is of course the defending champion, the 2011 road racing champion of course of the Netherlands. He knows a thing or two about taking on a track such as this. Let's talk about that track now we've met the riders. It is tight, it is cauldron-like, it's a real crucible of entertainment.
Yeah, I mean it's really going to be fast and furious. The 6-day tracks tend to be smaller than the World Championships and the tracks they use for the World Cup, which is 250 metres. This track 200 metres, so they're a little bit shorter, a little bit steeper, and so the riders really have to pay attention because things happen very, very quickly. I mean, laps are done in under 12 seconds, and of course with the number of riders you've got, the number of teams taking part, you've really got to pay attention and focus on what's happening around you, because teams are changing, riders changing, switching up, and so it's non-stop action, so you've really got to live on your wits.
Let's just talk then about six-day racing and the kind of festival that we can expect throughout the entire week. This is perhaps unfamiliar to some people, but it's been going on for an awful long time. It was almost the naissance, the birth of track cycling involved six-day racing historically. But just let's talk for the moment, Tony, about what the modern game actually involves. We don't race through the night. It's not a permanent race of endurance. Who's going to be top to drop? It's been tightened up. It's been polished, and it's a whole new modern view on this six-day racing calendar.
Yeah, so we've gone from when the sport originally started, when you were a young man, Carlton, to racing 24 hours a day. Now they're racing, 5, maybe up to 6 hours a night, and often it's 3 or 4 hours. But it's a really condensed program and very fast, and so it's non-stop action, very little time to recover. And because, of course, there's less racing, it means that the average speeds are very, very high.
Well, just coming to the boards right now, as you can see, Frank Rowley calling everybody out, and just welcoming them. In fact, it's one of our Netherlands cycling colleagues, I should say, the Federation. They're just having a brief interview right now. I don't know whether we're going to get a listen in on this, indeed whether it'll be English or Dutch. Well, Dutch, of course. And if, incidentally, you would like later on to switch to the Dutch language, then please feel free to do so. If you have found us and you are on the 6dayracing.com site watching the live stream going out internationally, then of course you'll be able to select the Dutch language a little bit later on this evening. They will be here only for the from 9:30 local time, so they'll be here in 2 hours' time. In the meantime, you got myself, Carlton Kirby, and of course Tony Doyle alongside. Tony, Madison up next, 90 laps with 9 sprints, so every 10 laps. This will go quick. Just briefly explain to people how the Madison pans out.
Yeah, so the Madison two-man team event, so you've got the 13 teams lined up. One rider from each team is in the race at the bottom of the track. Their partner circles around halfway up the banking, going at half the speed, so they're going around about 16, 17 mile an hour, and then every 2 laps you come around to catch your partner. The rider higher up on the banking comes down lower to meet his partner, and the rider waiting to be thrown in, they hold their left hand out. The rider who's in the race, he takes his right hand off the handlebars. By means of a hand change, he relays his partner back into the action. So it's chopping and changing, it's a constant relay race, and of course with 13 teams, all riders changing at all different times. It really is a race where you've got to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, eyes open, feelers out, and just try your level best to stay in touch with it. We will try our level best to help you out. It may well be a bit of a bun fight, but you know what? That is why the centre of the track is absolutely filled with party goers. They've wined themselves, they've dined themselves, and it's going to go on right through the night. It's about the racing though, and it doesn't get any better than this. So, Madison racing it is. 9 sprints along the way. You'll have a rider resting up effectively, running around the top of the track. You will see it. If you haven't seen it before, you'll get to know what we're talking about. And then there is what's called a hand sling. Right now we're waiting for a gunshot. Well, it's a tense moment. I don't know whether there's any pigeons going to suddenly drop from the sky here, but the lady with the gun is about to get us underway. Duck. There it is. I think that trigger strength needs to be altered, perhaps just a little bit. So we'll clear the track. We'll get the cameraman off, who's the last man to be told to let us get underway. The gun has gone, and we finally start circulating. Now, we've told you it's a 2-man team, and it's essentially, Tony, a distance race. So the first group will head off. They're the ones who are actually contesting it for the time being. Their teammates will start to circulate just a little bit higher up the track. You'll get the point in a few moments' time. And then once we hit lap 10, I beg your pardon, so every 10 laps, they will have an intermediate sprint. Now these count for points, 5, 3, 2 and 1. If the riders, any teams finish on the same lap, then they'll take the points tally. So essentially, if you manage to lap the field, then you effectively put yourself ahead of the game. If you have the same amount of laps by the end, then it goes back to points. 10, 8, 6 and 4 points for your tally for the week. We are racing, Tony.
We are racing. It's interesting to see that it's Robert Bartco, team number 7, one of the most experienced riders in the world of track cycling, who's got on the front with his teammate Barry Marcus, just to control the racing and make sure everyone's sensible and give the riders a chance just to smooth and line themselves up, because they're all riding with new partners, different coloured jerseys for the first time, and so I want to make sure that everyone's safe, there's not going to be any accidents, and let's take it nice and steady to start with, because we've only got a few laps to go before that first sprint.
Beautiful interchange as Pim Lichtert hands over to Marcel Katz in the white jersey of the Visa team. Out front he is, and nice and relaxed. Countdown. Already we've completed 7 laps, and so you'll hear the bell in another couple of laps time, which comes very, very quickly on such a tight course such as this. And then it'll be hell for leather for the first of the intermediate sprints, carrying, let's remind you, points of 5, 3, 2 and 1 along the way. We're nearly there. The bellman is going to get cramped by the end of the evening, I imagine. Across the line they come, and a nice swing it was as well by Drink, Nick Stoppler and Jurek Harvik, doing a terrific job pacing the field at the moment. There'll be 1 to go, and I believe it will, the sprint next time by. There's your warning, and suddenly it's eyeballs out. This is where the first sprint of the day, coming high around the outside, the 3 team, Morris and Sturtinger doing a fantastic job of setting themselves, but the title line on the inside is the one that counts, and we have our first points of this evening. Great job by the Blasman boys, I think, just to nick it.
Yeah, I mean, they just nicked it there, team number 3. They've got off to a good start there. Of course, he had an easier ride being in second wheel, and the experience of Jens Morris there paid off by making sure that he put Wim Strodinger in the right place at the right time. Absolutely.
So it looks like a bit of a mix. It looks like you've got 2 whole different talent groups going on here. But if you've only just joined us and you've joined us late, then where on earth have you been? The fun has already started. We have 77 laps of the opening Madison of the night. 9 sprints in total. We've had 1 already. Last one it was that took that one. So Morris and Sturtinger are the boys who are leading on points at the moment with 5. It's team number 5 nearest to them. They second in that intermediate sprint, and just behind them it is team number 11. The 11 boys of Island 200. It's the Americans Guy East and Dan Holloway. Guy East, by the way, lives in Mexico, in Tijuana. I imagine he's got a brass neck. He'll be going for sure tonight. And there you see the Island 2000. It's going to be a velodrome in the United States, in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, I beg your pardon. It's sort of cheese and steam. Hard to tell apart, I guess, certainly on the sandwiches I kind of make, but yes, in Pittsburgh. And so they want to wave their flag nice.
En
Of minder. I was going to say something. Pull myself back. Let's have a look at this. So Stockholm and Harvick, Team 5, we said they were lurking, meaning business, and that's what they delivered. Superb. The Drink team come to the fore. Big sponsors, incidentally, of women's cycling as well. Seeing a lot of them in the UCI World Tour. It's nice to see that sponsorship spreads to the 6 days that we have here. So the GP De Telegraaf, who have their own sponsors here, don't forget, their own sponsored team here, I should say. At the moment, they're plumb last. Just shows you Gate and Roberts, the Antipodeans. Maybe it's jet lag.
Maybe it's jet lag, but of course, it's a long way to go. Experienced team, and they're not going to be worried too much. They're just going to ride themselves in. The most important thing in the first few events is to make sure that you stay upright. There's no crashes, because it's going to be a long 6 days for everybody.
Kenny de Kettler, the Belgian, along with his teammate Gies van Hoek. This is massive experience as far as Kenny is concerned. 6 days of Zurich.
Right, and so the teams who get the change right coming into the sprint, you don't want to leave it to less than under a lap. Ideally, you want it just over a lap to go before you change with your partner. But coming out of the home straight banking, that's the ideal place to be changing.
Absolutely. Just remind you that you can talk to us on Twitter. It is at Carlton Kirby, CarltonKirby, and we'll be taking some of your questions and having a chat with you throughout these 6 days, or indeed 6 nights here in Amsterdam. If you're only just joining us, a very warm welcome to the first race of this 6-day winter program of cycling. Fantastic. The first 6-dayer, Amsterdam in the cold months, plenty more to come. And to be honest, this is, to many of you perhaps, something a little bit new. It has been going for an awful long time, but it has a new direction, a new drive, and a new intention of becoming a world force, and why not? It is great fun, great entertainment. And if you ever get a chance to go along to a 6-day event, then please do so. Many of you watching in Europe, why not just check out flights to Amsterdam, come along and enjoy the fun, because it is fantastic. A couple of nights have already sold out, incidentally, well in advance. And so your chance is probably a bit thin on the ground, but have a look on the official website, check out the tickets, and see if you can just come and join the party, because the atmosphere, cauldron-like as we said, and as it gets deeper and deeper into the evening, we have the big Madison, a 45-minute plus 6 laps to end the night. That starts in over 2 hours' time. We have sprint marks, we've got a Derny race, we've got an elimination race as well. It's fantastic. We'll see whether the pace of the two men from the Vlasman team can still hold off the Chargers and everybody else. This is a change coming up right now, and there it is. They get their slingshot, just checking out further up and over the track. And, well, Vlasman, I don't think they've got the legs to deliver this one, unfortunately, Tony. With 7 laps to go, they're spinning away from them. They've still got half a lap though on the field.
They've still got half a lap, but I think they're going to run out of time. There's not enough laps left.
Yeah, and I think they realise it. They know that they've got to save some energy until a bit later on.
You've got the Belgian team to try and close that gap now. Kenny de Ketelaar there, team number 4.
That's the Dalen team, and Kenny de Ketelaar is on full attack. 5 laps to go. Well, de Ketelaar and the 4 team, I beg your pardon, currently running in 5th place on 7 points. The leaders on 17 are the 6 team of Lamberter and Kneder. They're our leaders at the moment, ahead of the 5 team of Stokler and Harvik. You'll have to forgive us, the scoreboard is an awful long way away. 3 laps to go. And I'm afraid the attempt at an escape has drawn some big gaps into the pack, and so it's almost impossible to have a declared lap and get back onto the tail end of it. Hockman and Heckley, I beg your pardon, Team 12, the We Publish, just having a slack interchange there. The bell has rung, that's how they stand at the moment. This is going to be a great opening of the box for Team 6 and 5, but there's a lot of stake at the very last. A lot of stake at the very last. Oh my goodness. To the line they come. It's going to be a photo, but by the look of it, it's Vlasman that's got this one. At the very last here, you'll have to forgive me because the lap counter just went absolutely haywire just as we were coming to the line. And that is AA Drink, Stopler and Harvik. Let's have a look. Well, have they rounded it up for all of the laps, or is it just about to happen? There we are, after 9 sprints, Lamberter and Kneder being declared here. I'm not sure whether that did include that final sprint there, Tony.
I think they're going to have to look at the photo finish there. I don't think the jury have quite decided. Waiting for that photo finish to come through.
Me too, I think that's the case. So we will wait for our official results. But yeah, that spun through rather nicely.
Yeah, you know, good race, and the great thing was that everyone stayed upright, no problems whatsoever. So it proves that the track is back in tip-top condition. Of course, unfortunately, earlier this year there was electrical fault and part of the track was burnt. But they've managed to repair the track. The track is now back in tip-top condition. There did a lot of serious damage to that fire, but we can see from tonight's race that we've seen already. Of course, there was some earlier racing with the under-23s and the school children, but the pros back on the board for the first time, and the first race has happened successfully, and it looks like AA Drink team number 5 has taken it.
Yeah, they have Nick Stokler. 22. Likewise, Juri Harvik. Stokler won the 6 Days of Amsterdam a couple of years ago, along with Harvik. Now there was youngsters there. That was what 2 years ago, both at 20 years of age. They're both back from injury as well. We call the team broken bones. Back from knee surgery, Stokler. Back from wrist surgery, Harvik. So there we are. It looks like his wrist's okay. That is neat. good for them.
Connected.
Tell when Terry Wentman has written it on Twitter. It says it'd be nice. It's great to hear Tony Doyle again. It'd be nice to remind everybody exactly what you've done in the past. Occasionally you're a bouncing bomb, but more often than not you were destroying the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, well, the race would only go through to Saturday night, so we probably haven't got time. But of course, 6-day racing is very dear to my heart, and I was fortunate to race on the indoor tracks all over Europe for 15 years, and rode over 146 days, and had 23 wins. So I had a very successful career. Very tough, very hard, but thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's nice to be back working alongside a pro such as yourself, Garth.
So the opening Madison has been completed. 20 points then going to our team Nick Stoppler and Juri Harvik. 20 points for them. 6 points going to team number 6. That's the Beretti boys in orange, you may remember. Leif Lampeter and Ray Crader. Oh, hello.
The sprints were important. I think it was a very fast race because every team wanted to show themselves in the first race to get some points. But yeah, the fast sprints were good for me because I'm fast too, and I must say Nick did a very good job to give me a good position every sprint, and it was nice.
With no big favorites starting this 6th day, it was a bit of an unknown heading into the first Madison. What did you learn?
I learned it's a very competitive field. There are much couples able to win, I think. Maybe 7 or 8 teams, and normally there are 1 or 2 big favorites and everyone looks at them, but now it's very open, I think.
Is this important, and is this win important for the rest of the 6 days?
Yeah, every point can be important, because if there's no one better than the rest, no one will take a lap, and then the points are important.
Sorry, one moment. Okay, thanks for your time. Good to meet you, Gregor Brown today.
My English was okay?
Yeah, it's perfect. You did well.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
racing. In fact, they had rider stables as well where they'd hide the guys. Mobile phones banned, all kind of contact with the outside world, of course, as well. So that they just made sure that betting syndicates didn't get involved. One suspects they may have done in the past. But when it comes to this sort of racing right now, when championship and titles are up for grabs, and you get to the 6-day title being at hand as well, you don't want to miss it.
Well, no, I mean, there's 6 big, powerful sprinters there, gradually picking up the pace, and there's a lot of horsepower between those guys, huge muscles, and so there can be some riders who have a crash coming together, and so it can be very, very spectacular, because once they start picking up the speed, they're not hanging around gardens.
They are not. Turnmulder is in the white here, wearing number 1. He's in a perfect position, near perfect, I think you might say. You have Matthias Buchley. Buchley is only 20 years of age. He's from Haarlem. He's not that far away from here, and he is wearing number 5. And at the moment, he's the man who's just liking to stay as close as he possibly can to the Derny. Wearing number 2 is Hugo Hack. He's in the pale blue. And Hack, 21-year-old from Utrecht, and you see, just got caught out, and guess who? Turnmulder, as well as Niels van. In fact, they're separated at the moment. Mulder at the back. Don't be too worried about him right now. The journey has gone, and they're starting to look at each other. This is fantastic. You've got Bart Holmes in the red, in P2 at the moment, but you can come from an awful long way back, provided you've got the power to do it, and that's exactly what's happened as Bushel picks up the pace right now. Dragging it alongside is Turnmulder. Turnmulder behind him is between Bushel and Mulder. Probably the 2-star turns on here. Mulder goes wide. He's going to have to come up between the lines. He's going to go long on this one. Oh, is he going to make it? No, he does not, by the looks of things. To my mind anyway, Matty Buchley has got that one. Superb timing it was by him, and good solid riding as well, low down on the red line.
And I mean, a good scalp for him. He took that, and yes, I think it's gone to number 5 there. Matt Buchley got it. So he started off his Sprint Masters, Keirin Masters with a win, first night here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, super stuff. Great racing, great riding. Our second event, and it will be the pairs who are out for you in just a few moments' time. We have team time trial, team elimination. Talk to me about elimination. It can be a heartbreaker, can't it?
It can be. Team elimination, of course, the last team across the line, they're eliminated. So it can be very entertaining for the crowd.
En Esther brengt mee de zus van Denny en natuurlijk weet u dat Esther ook jullie namelijk erg goed kent.
Shall we? It's Matthias Buchley who took that one. Great ride by him. He finishing in front of Turnmulder in 3rd place.
Dus de mooie huldiging dat Esther, de zus van Denny die jullie namelijk niet en dan waar ik aan toe vertrouwen. En Kees Teller namens aanhaling wat voor sport je ook doet. Huldiging dus hier van de Rotterdamers van Main Capital.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Ja, zegt in de show, die gebeurt zo fris, maar daar ben ik onderweg. Laten we er op horen. Nederland zijn bijna nummer. En dat is jaar helemaal niet. Ik pak een mooie plaats. Alles in de echt zo voor de onderling.
On the coattails of the train, because and you'll see as we approach the sprint it gets very, very lively as people literally try and get their bums in the right place.
Well, that's right, and of course 200-metre track, not much room, but of course not very wide at all. There's not a lot of room for overtaking and for moving up.
Exactly, especially when everybody wants to do exactly that. There is a danger of crashing, and it is perhaps one of the most dangerous events.
It probably is, yeah, because constantly changing and riders being eliminated, so people living in fear, not wanting to go out first, not wanting to go out second. And of course, Carson, teams and riders are chasing for points in every event.
Absolutely. Every single event carries 20 points to the winner, 12, 10, 8, 6 and 4. And of course it counts for the entire week. And so our congratulations to our winners of Event 1. They did a fantastic job, Stopper and Alec, and we'll see how these guys manage right now. It's time to make up ground and just make sure you don't slip that far behind. Right now, just pacing everybody is Hochman and Hazeki. It's an all-Czech outfit. Wojtek Ojicki, incidentally, was supposed to be riding with his brother Martin. It didn't quite happen for him, I'm afraid. I think Martin injured, but didn't start. And Yuri Hochman, who is, despite a rather Dutch-sounding name, is in fact a Czech-born rider as well. Took a stage on the Tour of China, phase 1 of that particular race, incidentally, this year. And was 6th in the individual time trial of the Nationals. So he's a pretty handy Czech rider as well. 5 laps to go, and they're starting to think about this. Don't forget, it's at the back where the business end is, and they will start eliminating riders and pulling them off the track as a result.
We've got the first team who's eliminated now. That was Robert Ogabarko, team number 7. And now, of course, it's one rider who's eliminated every 5 laps until they get down to those last few. The last 6 will be sprinting for points.
Well, there we are. It's their lap counting machine. I don't know whether it works on thumbs, but it's not working terribly well at the moment. So we've lost one team. Did you spot who it was? I think it was the boys from the 16th Laboratory Crater, but I'm not sure. There doesn't seem to be at least one of them active at the moment. No. Get a handle on that for you at the moment. It was, in fact, it was the 7 team of Marcus and Bartko who were called. No longer part of proceedings. There goes the bell. So next time by, it's going to be somebody at the back. So just keep your eyes on the main pack if we possibly can get a wide view of it. That's down the back straight. They'll head around here, and it's whoever's last at the line. Big bunch up going on at the moment. Well, didn't see who's going to get called for that one, but looks
like team number 5 there, the guys who won the previous event. Stoppler and Havoc looks like they've gone out.
Well, that will be an absolute disaster if they have been called. I think it might. Well, let's have a look in a moment to see whose shoulders have dropped. It is indeed. Well, maybe they left something behind on the track in the opening Madison because they have been called. So Team 5, AA Drink, Stoppler and Harvik didn't get it together early on in this one. It shows you've got to have your wits about you constantly.
Well, coming round with 2 laps to go before the next team will be eliminated. You've got Team 13 there sitting on the back, the young Dutch pairing of Caspers and Van Zyl. So are they going to be the ones that are going to miss out? Just over a lap to go, Carlton.
You know what, Hoffman and Hecky are doing a superb job this time by. They're staying well up and in front and in a safe place. Might be Caspers and Zeil, unless they just got the better of the 10 team, Keirin and Hoffman. Didn't quite catch it. Well, we'll get the call in a moment. But it's thinning down. A lot of riders still circulating out there. Incidentally, if you do fall foul of the commissaires, indeed if you don't come off the track, somebody was suggesting that they'd be washing lined. I think you can work out that view on your very own.
Well, I sat in earlier on the commissaires meeting, Carlton, and the commissaires are so tough in Holland. They were thinking about bringing back hanging.
Oh my God, it's gone. Sounds like they've shot somebody. But there you go. Did you hear the bell? The bellman's waiting, and here he goes. That's how we stand at the moment. Perhaps everyone on 0 by the looks of things, because it's only going to be points at the very end, but at least you get a view of as to who was left in this one. Oh, it's coattails time at the very line at the moment. The back with space to make up, flew in with them into Amsterdam, the South African making the same transfer, and he has not made it, I'm afraid. Just couldn't get back on at that point. So Team 10, Nolan Hoffman counted out of that one, and we count down yet again. It rolls through fast this turn. There's no time for rest.
No time at all. I mean, we're now down to 8 riders. You've got one of the most experienced riders, number 2, Luke Roberts at the back now. Got 3 laps to go before the next sprint. And Luke's moving up right from the back to the front in one little swish move there. And he's going to end up putting Aaron Gate onto the front.
Well, there
his experience paid off there.
Yeah, that was absolutely superb. Aaron Gate then, only 23 years of age. Luke Roberts, don't forget, 36 now. It's hard to credit because he looks in such good nick, and when you've got that kind of mindset as well, and you know just how to read a race, and indeed not only judge yourself and what you've got left, but your opponents as well.
Well, that's right. You know, they've got to look not just where their teammates are, but where their opponent's teammates are. Make sure they come in for their change, come in at the right time.
That was so tight at the very line there. And got a feeling that the Americans actually made it. Using the banking at the very last to actually drop down off the bank and get an extra kick to the line. Did they make it, or were they the ones that got caught?
I think they're the ones. The Americans are out this time.
Just missed out then.
So close.
It was extraordinarily close. I thought they just made it back on, but not a bit of it. Pim Lichtart and Marcel Katz in Team 1, the Visa team, doing our pacing just for now.
Doing the pacing, but a good chance to warm themselves up, to get accustomed to the track, get accustomed to the hand.
Test. Test. They've lost out. We'll find out in just a few moments' time on the official declaration. Dalen doing a good job with De Kettler and Van Hoek. I'm not surprised. Such a vast amount of experience from Kenny De Kettler.
We're now down to the last 6. So it's the 6 teams who are left who are actually going to score points, which is going to count.
Let's not forget that as well. Goodness me, that was a nice slick change as well. The Dalen boys, the 4 team, are doing a superb job here. Line beckons. Well, they're safe as houses, but unfortunately an oath, I think you might say, issued by I think it was Mel Boskamp, junior national champion in the Keirin, 22-year-old, along with Jesper Asselman, and they have failed to progress. We're getting to the business end. This is where points will start to rack up in the mind of these guys.
They're out to show the other teams their form, their condition, and it's all about letting the opposition know you're in contention and you're going to be forced to be reckoned with, so you've got to be in contention in all the events throughout the 6 days.
Pimlico having to just drift a little bit wide there after a shady change by Gaten Roberts. Out front in a safe place is the 4 team. The Dalen boys doing an amazing job, and they're going to bring this one home, that's for sure. Safe across the line and going out, it's Gaten Roberts in the goals.
They've gone out, yeah. I mean, a bad change there, but they're going to be happy because they've scored some points, and they're not going to be too worried. You know, still a lot of racing to be done. Of course, it'll be the first time that Luke races with Aaron, a new team, and he'll be hoping that his experience is going to pay off, and he'll be looking to show Aaron the way round the board, the way into the world of 6-day racing.
Yeah, I think so. We have 4 teams left. Don't forget 20, 12, 10 and 8, so vital for these guys as far as their overall tally is concerned to score well right now. And we really have had a big shakeout. We've got Linkdown Cats still representing team number 1. We've got Kenny De Kettler and he's Van Hoek from the Dalen team number 4, running in second on track at the moment as you look at it. And Hoffman and Heke doing a superb job in the green to get themselves back into our thoughts. Lamter and Trader. It really is a whittling down of the great and the good. And it's Hoffman and Hockey that they picking up their 8 points so far, so 20, 12 and 10 still up for grabs amongst this trio, and it's quality we're looking at right now, Tony.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, now it's a lot easier for the riders. There's plus teams, but it's all about positioning. There's only 3 teams left, and of course they're all searching and after those valuable points. 20 points to the winner.
It's a big gap, 8-point gap between winner and second place, and then only 2 points between second and third. So there's an extra points bonus built in on these 6-day races, which mean that there's so much worth. It's so much, very much worth fighting for to actually get the victory. Second place just isn't an option for these guys, and they are on it right now. The man with the bell, he's got a very big right hand, by the way. Needs it because he's going to be busy throughout this night. Oh, that was a shaky change, and I wouldn't be bound if that wasn't just timed to perfection. Around the outside they come, and it's going to be the Beretti boys. I think they're going to take it at the line this time by way, and it is Lichten and Ketz that are going to go out of this one with licking their wounds. Only 10 points out of it.
That's right, we're left to team number 6, Lamptar and Keirin, and team number 4, the Belgian pairing of Kenny the Kettler and Guy van Hoek. So
Well,
20 points on offer.
It's amazing actually how the different disciplines offer up different. Oh, it's turned into a sprint race. Now, I wonder if we're going to get some track stamps here. It doesn't look like there's enough room for all of that. Here comes the changes, and they're kind of waiting for the other to change. There was a very half-hearted change.
Well, this will be the last change of the race, so the two are now in the race with only 2 laps to go. They'll be the guys, the riders who will be sprinting out for the win.
Yeah.
Of course, every 100 points the team accumulates, they gain a lap bonus. So there's a lot to be fought for, a lot at stake.
Yeah, exactly. So if you rack up those victories and those points, you get yourself 100 points. Then by the end of the week, you get yourself an extra lap. And it's about distance in the 6-day festival, let's not forget. So high on the banking, it has turned into a sprint race. They'll take the belt this time by. And it's not where you want to be out front, that is for sure. And that's the result of what happens when you take it on too early. Can they possibly make it back? Dalen in the pick then against the Beretti boys, and it's Beretti that are triumphant here this time by. Leif Lampeter and Ray Kreider have delivered, and that means a lot. Look at that.
I mean, a great win there for Kreider, obviously Dutch local lad, and be very pleased with that. And riding with Lampeter, very experienced German rider, a number of 6-day wins under his belt, a lot of 6 days in those legs, and his experience there paid off. He made sure he got him into the right position, so he was in second wheel for that final sprint.
Do you know what? On a grand total of 20 points. Be good if we could get a look at the scoreboard right now to give you an overall after a couple of events. De Kettler and Van Hoek in second place, but already starting to just marginalise some of the others. In fact, it's 20, 12, 10 and 8, so they will have an accumulated total a little bit more than that. And we'll get to that scoreboard as soon as we can. So next up, we've had the team elimination. It is the first opening of the Derny. Derny race. Now, this is not Keirin, although it does involve Dernies, and indeed a bit of a lottery as well. You've got to draw lots to see exactly which Derny driver, I think we're allowed to say that, you actually get. Was that later on?
Well, that's a little bit later on. After the team elimination, I know you can't wait to see the
No, I'm desperate for it.
I've told you so much about how exciting and how fast it is. We go to the 2-lap team time trial, so each team will be timed over a flying 2 laps.
Well, I hope so, because it seems that my running order here is slightly awry. There we go. Well, we're going to find out exactly who's right and who's wrong in just a few moments' time, I guess.
I mean, that's what happens when you're working with Doyle and Kirby. You get a double done.
There you go. Well, we'll find out for you. I suspect we may well be taking ourselves a commercial break fairly shortly. Hope you are enjoying it. They're just deciding who to hand the flowers out to right now.
We've got team number 7 who are on the track there. They're warming up, getting ready to do that 2-lap flying team time trial. The team number 7, double Olympic champion Robert Bartko, who's there setting the pace for Barry Marcus, the young Dutch guy who in 2014 he riding to the top Dutch pro team, Team Belkin.
Yeah, he's got himself a Belkin contract, which is fantastic. He was 10th in the Arctic race in Norway, was Barry Marcus. In fact, his name, we've been conjuring with it for a while. A few mixed up Barry and Marcus and have called him Marcus Barry, and I was guilty of that myself when he first came on the scene. But he's had a fantastic season, and Belkin have recognised that. The gun goes off now. You'll see the final slingshot. Basically, you have a pace man, and late on you will take that change. It's usually off the banking. If you get it absolutely right, it's magnificent. If you get it wrong, it's a hindrance.
I mean, it's all about building up the pace and getting that change right and coming out that final banking into the straight. But of course, Bartko, one of the most experienced riders in the world in 6-day racing. on the front here, and he's Mr. Motorbike, very experienced, very cool, very controlled, and now he's building up the pace, and he's coming around the change, he's taken down, and they're on their time now, he throws in.
Whoa, and he throws him in early and sent him round the bottom of the track. Absolutely superb. Now this is his flyer right now as the clock starts to roll.
Coming around, half lap to go. Fighting all the way to the line.
Well, the clock unfortunately hadn't been reset earlier on. Hadn't been reset, and so we'll have to wait for a time for you in just a few moments' time. So apologies for that, but we will wait. They haven't zeroed the clock by the time they rolled it, and unfortunately, from one of the youth races earlier on today, they've added his time to that. So the clock actually reached 23.025, and I don't think that's correct. So we'll get a stack for you in a moment, and we'll keep an eye on that. But I think, unfortunately, that clock is wrong. But yeah, we'll get official confirmation for you in a few moments' time. In which case, we will, of course, relay to you straight away exactly where they stand. So, out there at the moment, it is Team 5, AA Trick. It is such good work in the opening Madison today. So circulating as they are, clock not rolling upon them just for the time being, but they gradually, slowly build up pace, and then they'll make the final change just before the last flag.
Well, they're coming round now with 2.5 laps to go, and so the hand change will be taking place very soon. The lead rider comes down with 2 laps to go, and he comes to the back straight, and then hold out his right hand and throw his partner into the race, and look at that. Textbook stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully. That was at the opening of the curve, and his opening lap stopped at 11.2, rolling round for his second time lap. His time to beat 23.025. Whoa! And he clips almost a second off that with a 22.323. That was a great piece of work. It was all down to the exchange of that slingshot.
I mean, obviously you want to get your changing wherever possible in the straight. It's faster for the overall time, and if you can relay your partner going into the banking with that extra speed, it makes that little bit of difference, and it's only be the fraction to decide who wins and who loses.
Do you know, that was absolutely superb piece of changing. They left it so late, but got the slingshot absolutely to perfection. The hand sling actually operated exactly into the entrance to the curve. I almost thought he was going to take off, and I don't know how he managed to keep it underneath the red line, but he did, and delivered. So a great benchmark time we've already got here. A 22.373, I think it is, from my 323, I beg your pardon. 22.323, the time to beat. Barry Marcus and Rob Bartko from Bredenord were out there, and they have just been taken. Fantastic by Stoffel and Harvey. Next up, we have Vlasman. It's the Vlasman team. They are the sponsors of Jens Maurice and Wim Sturdinger, and they're on course right now.
De wereldtijd denk ik.
Ja, hij is al een paar keer in het...
Peter Shep all those years ago for Jens Maurice. He's still though 20. Well, he's still young at heart, I should say, 33 years of age. But Sturdinger, 28, at the absolute physical peak. So we'll see how they go. Tony, do you think it's worth having a big man with a small man here to punch a hole in the air? They've made their change and away they go.
Well, obviously Jens is a very experienced rider, great pursuiter, so he can give a very good lead out.
Oh, and here it is! Bang! New leader, 22.214. What a delivery!
And it's great. I mean, obviously, the rider's going to be watching the time, see how the riders make the changes, see where they launch into their time, and they're going to judge where their change will be, seeing how the other teams are changing, because obviously the track's going to feel slightly different at different times, different temperature, depending on the outside temperature. depending on the temperature inside the velodrome, on the amount of people and spectators.
You know, there is a cheeky velodrome design that's not in place here, but I can tell you. And that is that they actually put up what's called an air wall, just to keep the spectators' air movement away from the riders. And yeah, apparently it works an absolute treat because the air starts to circulate. As we're looking at Didier Kaspers and Melvin van Zyl of the tracks team, they didn't have such a good result earlier on in the elimination race, but they're here right now to deliver. Yeah, the air starts to circulate. You can get faster and faster. Air temperature changes as well. There are some vents that they open up here to sort of get a bit of cool into proceedings. Anything but cool right now. They're on a charge and the clock starts to roll right now. They've crossed the line. Down they go. It's a beautiful change in the offing, is it? Down the back straight, a little bit too early for my liking. Oh, and sends his man just a little bit deep into the curve, and he gets spat out at just about the wrong angle. I don't think this is going to be a winning time as they come across the line, and unfortunately our clock has been reset. They found it once again, and indeed it was tardy at 23.244, and it looked it. Tony, the change came at the wrong time, and in fact he had too much power, which sent him delivered at the wrong time, sent him high up the banking, and then had to make amends, and that's where he lost time.
He lost time, but of course what you've got to do, you've got to ride right down the bottom of the track. You've got to ride on the black line as low as you can, so you're covering less distance. Interesting to see a lot of the teams, a lot of the riders really going for it aerodynamically. They're putting in a solid disc wheel in the back. Obviously going to be a faster. A lot of the riders will ride a higher gearing for this event, Carlton. Because they'll be searching for those points. They'll be looking to see where they stand in comparison to the other teams.
This is the Zeiss team. It's Wes Crader. You may have heard of course, Tour of Vendée did a great job last year. It was a fantastic scout for him. A series of them that day. And he's with Nolan Hoffman from South Africa, who's just at the back here. Second in the World Championships in the scratch race. Last year, Nolan Hoffman is a star kind of performer. He is a great talent. He's extraordinarily well known within South Africa as well. As far as the world stage is concerned, gets the recognition. He's got the invite here, and I'm just looking forward to see how these guys go for it. Clock starts rolling right now. Still the pace goes on. It's Nolan Hoffman that's being helped at the moment. Here comes the change right now. Oh, and it wasn't great on the hands. The hands weren't great. What can he deliver? Retrieval mode right now. Heads back round and just nudges up above the red line. Clock of the split was 11.4. Here comes the last phase of this delivery right now. It's not bad, you know. Oh, at 22.682. That was handy. That was handy. Not enough at the moment to take the lead, but that was good.
I mean, Hoffman there was so keen. He almost was ready to take off before he got the hand change. He was so raring to go.
He was. In fact, he drove his teammate, I'm afraid. And there he is in third place. And that's the narrowest of margins, as you can see. So 0.4 of a second separating the podium as we stand. But there's a lot to come. And if you want big, then it's on track right now. And in terms of ambition, I think you might say, the 11 boys, Island 2000. They have help and sponsorship from Pittsburgh Impresario, who's going to be coming and joining us here. They're busy building a track. America has fallen in love with track cycling. They're building them all over the place, and it's a joy to see. Island 200. I'm getting ahead of myself. 200 tracks? Well, why not? Here they go. Clock starts rolling on our American duo, and it is. Oh, I don't know. It looked a bit short-armed, that slingshot, to my mind. 11.5, that's already around about 0.125 slow, I think. So this is going to be into the 23s, or at least nudging that by the time he gets to the line, and it is a 23.275.
Yeah, I mean, not only was it a poor change, the riders were having trouble staying down, getting low on the track. Instead of being on the black line, they were riding on the red line there. It was very difficult, and each track takes getting used to, and of course they've got a lot of races to go, so I'm sure they're going to be improving. But the team that I'm waiting to see is going to be team number 8 with Mark Hester and Tristan Margot. I think they're really going to be determined to see what they can do, and I think they may be set out to be the overall winners throughout the week. I think this is something they are really going for, set a new track record, a new fast time. You watch them go, Carl.
Oh, we will. Tristan Margot, the Swiss, and Mark Hester, the big Dane. And here they are, 6 Days of Copenhagen, Hester last year. That's a huge title as well. Bell goes, the clock will start rolling as they cross the line, and bang, we're underway right now. This is a drive. Now this, to my mind, is possibly the most important phase. There we are, that's the change. Slings him, beautifully done. In fact, just ebbs a little bit, just takes a little bit of the high side. He's down on the black line right now. This is going to be a race on, a 10.7 for the split. This looks like it's going to be our benchmark. It's going to be hard to beat. Look at this! Oh, we're in the 21s at 21.528, and the crowd respond accordingly.
Fantastic. I mean, I knew this. Just shows that they really meant business there. Perfect lead out, and got off to a really flying start there.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from the Couplemans sponsored team. Margot and Hester. Well, that was loud. This is perhaps going to be a little bit damper, but we'll see. Mel Boskamp, junior national champion in the Keirin, along with Jesper Asselman, I beg your pardon. Irish International Track GP. Took the scratch race there this year. So if you're there with your pint of Guinness and you saw the guy and you thought, he looks pretty handy, well, you've been right. Second the Junior Nationals as well. Same time, I think, on the track of the Junior Nationals. So scratch racing is his thing. Let's see how these guys go. Waiting for the bell next time by, and then we'll roll that clock on them. They have a pace about them, but can they maintain it? Can they get the change that we've just seen? Absolutely magnificent. Mark Hester and Tristan Margot. Bell's gone. Line approaches. Clock starts.
Came down a little bit too late there for my liking. Across that finishing line, should have been a little bit lower. Again, a late change there going into the banking. Look how high up. He is well above the red there. He's having a lot more distance.
You know what? Making a change in the curve is not great news. 11.2 at the split. What they got at the line, that's what counts. You know what? It wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be, but it's still not absolutely benchmark. It's a 22.5. It's a full second they've given away to our leaders at the moment.
So that's right, and I think that's the inexperience there. But I think you're going to see the experience here now of Luke Roberts, 37-year-old, Olympic champion, tremendous palmarès, still very much a force to be reckoned with. Riding here with New Zealand's Aaron Gate, who got a bronze medal at the Olympics, but is the 2013 World Omnium Champion. A real talent. Seeing him here riding Europe, his first 6 day here in Antwerp. But watch Luke Roberts, he's going to pick up that pace. You watch, he's got a lap to go before he comes around to lead out and do that chase.
Luke Roberts then in the driving seat. Aaron Gate, I call him Gate. Apologies to his mum and dad and everybody else. Sponsored by the Telegraaf, which is the national newspaper in these parts. And now it is that the bell rings. For whom does it toll? Bang, across the line they come and the clock starts. Now this is the crucial one. Round the outside, here's your change. Oh, it's terrible, terrible change. No slingshot whatsoever.
I mean, again, Aaron Gate was just so keen to go, he wouldn't wait for that change.
He wouldn't. There's no advantage to be had about going early, and this is going to rack up, I'm afraid. This is not going to be bruising. Oh, it's almost disaster. He's nudging the 23s here at a 22.792. And I'm afraid that the old legs have the beating of the young there, and just snatching at it is no good.
No, I mean, you've got to wait, you've got to take full effect of that hand change, take all the leverage there and all the power that the rider can give you. And it's crucial you get these changes right. Of course, first night, new partnership, so it's going to take some to and fro before the guys get it right. And it's important that you learn by the mistakes. I'm sure that Luke will make sure that he tells Aaron where he went wrong, and you can bet your last dollar there, but you're going a lot quicker tomorrow night.
Don't forget, same format tomorrow night, and it goes on for 6 days. It's such a great way of entertaining yourself and enjoying your cycling. And if you are into your track cycling, and why on earth you would not be, because in this sort of arena, with this kind of atmosphere and this talent on display, there's very little missing, I can tell you that much. So, Bell, it will be next time by for our pairing of Hofmann and Hecke. At the moment, the Czechia, I beg your pardon, the Czech partnership for We Publish, that's the team. Nice jerseys, I do like these in particular, I've got to say. I'm bidding for a treble XL. They've already started rolling on the clock, maybe 4XL.
They got the change right, but I think they came into it a bit too slow.
Do you know, that's exactly right.
Quite fast enough.
They didn't. They weren't carrying enough speed, and well, this is going to be 23s again, I'm afraid. Here we are. You know what? It was almost. That was a good piece of retrieval. A 22.714. That actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No, I mean they picked it up, but I mean they just needed to come in a lot quicker.
21.528 from Margay and Hester. That is magnificent.
I mean, very good. It shows once they get that attack right, they get the change right, they could potentially be challenging Hester's sort of time.
You want to get it right? Well, we've got two guys on track at the moment who've got it right on more than one occasion. 2011 road racing national champion Pim Lichthart is here, so is Marcel Katz for the one team.
Team number one now going into the attack. Their time, 2-lap time trial. Liggart and Kaut come round with 1 lap to go.
Into the final phase he has, sorry about that, we were being muted momentarily. And this 22.5 is not setting the world alight. And well, I think we have had our winners and we've known them for some time.
I mean, hopefully we were just muted, not muted then. That's what it felt like to you, Calvin, I can see that. We've now got team number 4, Kennedy Kessler and Kees van Hoyt, the young Belgian team who are very serious, very experienced, been world champions, the Belgians.
Om hier in de zesdaagse op het hoogste podium te gaan staan.
Off here in Amsterdam with a flourish.
Well, they've done a good job from the beginning. They're reasonably high up the standings as we speak, but this is a crucial one for them. And this is a real discipline, don't forget, where split seconds count. It's not the long game of the Madison. It's not about retrieval. It's not about strategy. It's about, essentially, just a whole different kind of skill set. And here we go. There's the bell, there's the line, and bang, we're underway. Now this looks like a decent pace.
Very fast lead out there, perfect change. Now these guys
op elkaar ingespeeld zijn. Ik denk dat hun aan een knikje en een knipoog.
18, 19, line approaching right now. This is going to be a good one. Whoa, just outside the 21 with a 22.37.
Now move on to team number 6. The experienced Life Lampeter riding with the young Dutchman Raymond Crader.
There we are, Stefan Herbeck on a 3:23, all in the 22s. The 3:7 for Kettler and Hope, only good enough for 4th place. I like this. The Beretti boys have just sailed round here. This is Leif Lampeter and Lampeter and Raymond Crader. Just sailed round, gone past the crowd and just kind of whipped them into a frenzy. Sort of said, come on, come and join the party. He's a regular six-dayer, is Lampeter, 6 wins in total. He likes Rotterdam, won there with Danny Stamm. Olympic Games team pursuitist as well. Just missed out in Athens on a medal, 4th place, so lost a bronze.
Ik denk dat er achter de Derny niemand zo kort achter de Derny rijdt als Keirin op het ogenblik. Als je ook ziet hoe dicht hij op het achterwiel rijdt.
To the curve, tight down on the inside. Oh, and just gets spat out of the corner. Comes too high up the track. Has to make amends for the loop. He's driving it on right now. It was, however, 11.17. Now, if he's carried the pace through here, this might be very good indeed. Oh, 22.589. Faded on the final bend.
Yeah, he lost a lot there by not being able to hold the bike down. He's got to try and keep the bike down under the black line if possible. He's coming out into the home straight with a lap to go above the red. There's called long race initially.
Margay and Hester, the daddies. Look at that, a 21.528. Getting a 22.14, 214, I beg your pardon. The 323 for Stockland and Harvey. Next up, I believe we have the Derny race. The Derny race. I'm looking forward to this.
The first Derny race of the 2013-14 six-day season here in Amsterdam, and I know those Derny drivers, they've been priming their Dernies, they've been cleaning and polishing. They can't wait to get started.
Do you know what? You have to... they're coming to the line here, by the way. Margay and Hester. They're going to take their flowers and get the kisses. And yeah, why not? You get it all here. Flowers, kisses, no champagne, not yet anyway.
I'm sure they'll have a little drink after back at their hotel to celebrate.
And why not? Super effort. Good boys. Now they'll head round it. How are you going to get some of these flowers, Tony? Stop, he's standing up, he's waiting for it right now. He's giving a little bow. No chapeau here, of course, because you can't take your hand off. Thank you for your company, by the way. If you'd like to join the conversation and join Debbie Hill, Terry Wenman, Matt Moran, Martin Spencer, Fergs, Phil Buckley, and the rest of you, then please feel free. He's thrown it to the infield. Trying to buy favour with the timekeepers.
I think that's where the hot dogs are being served.
Oh, is it? Right. Well, he's just added to the culinary delights that are going on there.
But they've run out of onions.
Yeah, probably. So flowers it will be chopped in with your burger later on. Fantastic. There we are. That's where the tinkling of wine glasses can be heard in the centre, where the great and the good partake. And the Derny riders are at. Now, you see Derny riders, they look like a, how can I put this? They look like a biker gang. Some of them are smuggling Christmas turkeys at the moment.
And a couple have got more than one turkey.
Did you expect to win the event today?
Yeah, I had a feeling that we could do good because I know my partner is fast and I can do a good first lap, but it was a surprise that we were so fast.
What is the secret to win the time trial in a six-day race?
The opening speed is really important. A little bit like a team pursuit. Yeah, and then of course the last guy has to be also really, really fast, and you can see on the split times that we were equally fast, so it was a good match. Hopefully we can go later on in the week and try to break the record.
Exactly. Do you learn something from this that you can take into the next 5 days?
Yeah, I mean, it's only the first day, and it's strange to come on a small track again. So hopefully in a few days we know the line a little bit better. And Tristan told me that he can go faster, so we will try. Okay.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Ja, dames en heren, welkom terug in het Velodrome Zesdaagse. Nog altijd in volle gang de eerste avond.
You join us at the gun. It is the Derny race, and we are underway. Leading proceedings, incidentally, at the moment. Team number 6, Lampeter and Keirin, they are on 32 points, 2 points clear of the AA Drink team of Stoppler and Hardevik. So it's tight at the top, and on 28 it is the 4 team of Kettler and Hug. So a whole new phase for you right now. We are Team Derny racing. There's an awful lot of motorcycles out there, as you can see. So just how does the rider tell the guy out front just how fast he wants him to go, or indeed whether he wants him to slow down because he's being lost? Because the skill very much is still here with the cyclist, although he has a huge air block being provided for him. And in terms of pace, of course, it is motor driven. The motorcycles are called Dernies, and I guess the reason why they have to draw lots here is because you want the biggest guy you could possibly get out there to give you the nicest windbreak, or not. What do you say, Tony?
Obviously, it's all about the pacemaker, but it's all about the experience of riding as close as you can to that Derny. Racing here over 65 laps, so it's a real skill, it's a real art. And for communication, once the race has started, the only words of communication the rider will have with the Derny driver is allez to go faster and ho to slow down.
Ho?
Oh.
With an H, and we're not being rude. These guys then, they will pass the instruction as to just how comfortable they are to the Derny. I think we can call them drivers, can we, despite the fact that it is a motorcycle, just so just to differentiate between drivers and riders. That way we'll keep it a little bit clean. Already a gap starting to be posted here, and it is a skill actually to stay in touch and have the legs to deliver. Didier Casper and Team 13 from Tax on track at the moment, and with some ground to make up, I'll tell you. Team 13 not in the happiest of places at the moment and need to build up some points, and they're setting their stall out very early.
But there's still a long way to go, 55. I mean, look at Michel Voss, the pacemaker here for team number 9. Michel himself, former world Keirin champion, very experienced 6-day rider, now a Derny driver, and is a very good, solid, smooth Derny driver to ride behind. He's already smooth, swooped from the last place to third, relatively easy there.
Checking, a 26-year-old from We Publish, just started to make up ground, and in fact just sailing by right now. The 8 team of Margay and Hester, who've been doing such good work. They're just off the podium, incidentally, the 8 team, the Couplemans team in the pink. And indeed, not exactly in the pink at the moment, and trailing at the very back are our American friends from Island 200. They're suffering just a little bit under this level of competition, Sam.
Of course, for the riders and for the pacemakers, for most of them, it's going to be the first time they've raced together. And so it's a new experience, it's a new partnership, and so it's going to take a lot of getting used to, and the only experience you gain is by spending time behind that driver and racing together. And hopefully once they've finished the race, they'll have a talk with their Derny driver, but when they're racing together again tomorrow night, they'll understand each other a little bit better.
So when you draw lots, you actually keep the same Derny driver for the entire proceeding, so at least you get to know each other.
that's usually the case.
Yeah.
Doesn't always happen, but that often is the case.
I've had there have been 6 days where such has been the status of some of the Derny drivers as against others that they've insisted on a lottery redraw at every single event, so at least you get a chance of having one of the better Derny operators out there to your hand. But we've got top level here in Amsterdam. I don't think that's an issue.
No, we've got the top level, but Derny drivers are very competitive. The Derny drivers have got a tremendous ego, so at times the Derny drivers are racing amongst themselves and forgetting about the riders who they're facing.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Nobody's been lost just yet, but I've seen that happen before. And we've got a battle for the lead right now. A little bit of a lead change coming around the top, high and wide, and Caspers and Van Zyl really are in a place of their own. I think it's Van Zyl who's the chosen rider for this one.
But I mean, there's still a long way to go. We're not even halfway through this 65 laps, so coming around with 41 laps to go. So it's still very early stages, and we see the Derny drivers and the cyclists, they'll be going a lot quicker by the end of this race. You just watch them towards those last 10 laps, Carl.
Yeah, they're keeping something in the bank. I think this is possibly what you call a three-phaser, where at the beginning you start off at a reasonable pace, then you ease into your maintenance pace, I think that's fair to say, Tony, and then you give the get-go and you give everything you've absolutely got, and the final 3 laps are almost breathless.
That's right, because it's all about building up that pace, making sure you stay in contention, and you don't want to stay too far away, because once you get half a lap behind, you've got to make up a lot of ground to catch those leading riders. And of course, in the Derny, you're riding that much higher up onto the track, so you're covering a lot further than the 200 metres.
Certainly are. The pace here, by the way, is inordinately high. We are got a rolling trot going on them, and laps as we speak as well. And they're pacing around the corners here. Just watch as they come into the banking, incidentally. They take it just a little bit higher than you would if you were on a full out-and-out sprint. We're up towards the blue line as we go through the curves here, Tony, and just explain that.
Well, I mean, the aim is to give the rider a comfortable, smooth ride. So by riding higher up the track, it's less G-force. Of course, the average speed of this type of event will be near 60 kilometres an hour, and towards the end, they'll be riding at 70k an hour plus. So by higher up the track.
Van dat koppel, Melvin van Zyl.
Het is ook heel belangrijk dat de gangmaker aanvoelt wanneer hij moet aanvallen. Als het te lang duurt en je rijdt helemaal boven in de baan liggen, natuurlijk meer meters af. Kijk, nu rijden ze met z'n drieën boven elkaar en als dat te lang duurt, ja, dan ga je als renner echt kapot, zeg maar. Dus maar dit gaat gelukkig vrij vlot voor die renner. Maar ze durven ook wel eens 5 rondes lang zo boven elkaar te rijden en dan ga je echt kapot.
Caspers, de winnaar van de 50 kilometer op de baan, vangt hem nu op. Eerste aanval, en die is van Boskamp. En achteraan Keirin hier, die doet het nog rustig af. De Amerikanen hangen er een beetje bij. De Stam vangt ze op. Met Caspers. Daar komt Keirin van achteruit. Hoogman is nu de nieuwe nummer laatste in de koers. Terwijl de winnaar van de snelste ronde, Marguet, nu naar voren komt. En die komt nu van achteruit. Op weg naar de kop.
Dat is natuurlijk ook zaak. Heel veel renners komen zo van de weg af. En ja, als je aan de eerste avond ook gelijk je benen helemaal kapot rijdt, ja, dan stap je morgen die fiets op en dan denk je van oei. Dus het is nu vooral zaak ook ja, toch niet te veel te verliezen voor een hoop koppels. En zorg dat je benen goed blijven, zodat je morgen ook gewoon met goede benen in de start staat.
Ja, daar komt hij. De aangekondigde aanval. Van de nummer 8.
Ja.
Marguet. Hij gaat nu ook de boel een beetje opzwepen. En wil dat er gas gegeven wordt door Arendsen. De nummer 4.
Ja, hij moest dit koppel weer winnen. Net al een onderdeel gewonnen en nu ook weer goed op weg. Komen ze toch wel mooi aan de leiding te staan. Maar ja, we zijn er natuurlijk nog niet, maar hij geeft een goede indruk en het tempo ligt toch vrij hoog.
Ah, er komt er een van achteruit, daar komt Keirin. Met hoge snelheid nu. Hoog in de baan, we pikken hem zo dadelijk op. En die moet dus nu extra meters maken om helemaal naar voren te komen. En daar komt hij. En de eerste aanval van Keirin. En wordt hij opgevangen met Zeilaert volgens mij. En hij is erover. Nee, hij blijft hangen.
Ja, hij moest natuurlijk van ver komen en de snelheid ligt vrij hoog. Er komt nu al gelijk volgens mij weer een nieuwe aanval.
Ja, wel goed opgevangen. Kijk maar, ze gaan hoger en hoger in de baan rijden. Dwingen de concurrentie om extra meters te maken. Aanval.
I think they've probably gone a little bit too early. But as you can see, the pace is really picking up here.
Yeah, it is. I think it's Sam Moy, who is the Derny driver out front, and he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. Sam Moy. Yeah, it is. And Ron Zeilaert is doing the pacing at the moment on behalf of Wes Trader for the Zeiss team. In the silver, Wes Crader calls for more pace. Hasselman just in front of him, and Crader has got some real pace here, and it's starting to respond. And Ron Zeilaert is the number 1 Derny driver. He's driving the pace on. He's taking him high and wide. Now watch this, shorter route through, but he's got the slingshot. It's the easier ride through at the moment. And Wes Crader is having some fun out there. I think he's playing a game.
But if you look at the race now, you see Mark Hester there, right for team number 8, riding with Walter Highbreak, the Belgian rider. They are really picking up the pace. I think they're going to close that gap and they could really contest that finish. Just watch the race now, Carlton. 2 out in front, but the 4 guys chasing are gradually eating into that lead.
Well, hitting the line with 2 to go. Round the outside, a little bit of confusion here because the scoreboard's misreading it, but it's about this pairing up now. And here they come, high round the banking. There's the bell this time by. They cross the line. This is absolutely superb. Now you just can't call this for the time being. Wes Crader it is at the top. Big look over the shoulder. Coming at the moment from Ron Zeilaert at the top of the course. Oh, and he takes it. That was magical. What a piece of class that was.
Good bit of racing there. I mean, I thought the guys who were back in the peloton there, the 4 Dernys, it looked like they were going to be trying to close that gap down, but those two riders there, Wes had a big gap, and they got off to a tremendous start there. First Derny race, it's always nice to get that under your belt. Of course, very fast, but a lot of kudos there for your sponsors to get that first win, get those valuable points on the board.
Absolutely. Zeiss will be pleased. The silver livery on Wes Crader's back, and a popular boy as well. Partner of mine, Nolan Hoffman, who was on superb duty in our last event. But right now, he has brought it home. We'll have the Sprint Masters up next, and that will be the time trial. So we will be giving our pairings a bit of a break. We're pacing on here big time. Don't forget, the end of the evening will come with the Madison 45 minute plus 6. So for now, it is a busy track centre, as you can see. The riders area reasonably compact. Let's put it that way.
Ik ben toch diep gegaan. Dat ga je toch steeds meer voelen.
Zeker weten.
Hij heeft gewonnen. Hij is de baan.
It looks like these two won't be having words, but I think some of the other Derny drivers with their riders, they're going to need to get to know each other, try and understand how they prefer and their style of racing, because it's the first night, so it's going to be difficult for some of these riders. They're new to 6-day racing, and for the pacemakers as well, it's their first night of 6.
Ja, Ron heeft goed geluisterd, hij kan het goed, dus...
Difficult it is for these guys because there's a lot at stake. Ron Zeilard is the power man, as it were, and Wes Crader, manager of the Vendée, has taken a discipline and racked up at the moment 20 points.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Welcome back. Busy proceedings, as you may know. Amsterdam 6 days. It's the start of our winter 6-day racing calendar. And this, well, it's a fantastic way to get us underway. 6 days of track racing in what many of you, by the time, if you're new to this, by the time you get to the end of the 6 days, you're going to feel like you've actually ridden it yourselves. It's tough. It was designed to be so. Historically speaking, it used to be even tougher than this.
Well, that's right. I mean, in the good old days, a long, long time ago, the first 6-day races were 24 hours non-stop racing, and it was one rider riding on his own, just to see the amount of distance that he could cover. So the first ever 6-day was held in London at the Agricultural Hall, which is now the Business Design Centre in Islington. Sprint Masters are now on the track and getting ready for their 1-lap time trial.
Yeah, just looking at it, actually, we're slightly behind schedule at the moment. So 1-lap time trial. Yeah, you get your bell, you hit the line, and you do the job.
Well, that's right. I mean, big, powerful sprinters. They're going to do very fast time, big gearing, and it's going to be in excess of 60 kilometres an hour.
Oh, and it was absolutely powering his way home, and doing it in emphatic style was Niels van der Hoylendal, and the benchmark time so far an 11:02.9. Your opener. On track right now and not hanging about is Matthias Buchli, 20-year-old from Haarlem. And yeah, he's a good sprinter, this boy. And in fact, Keirin rider as well. National junior sprinter in 2008. He'll take the bell next time by. Got to do this all on his own, don't forget. No pairings here. These are the guys who are providing our intervals essentially throughout this 6 days. There's the line and he's underway. His target 11.029, and he looks like he's on the business end of this run. Absolutely superb, holding it nice and low. This is a good drive. Whoa, and he takes the lead with a 10.749. There was quality all over that.
Very good. I mean, Mattis there, he attacked it a lot faster. He came into the final lap before he took off, extremely fast pace there. So very good. Now you've got a very experienced rider. Looks like we've got team number.
It's Jeff Hooland, second in the sprint in the 2013 European Championships. If you were keeping in touch with that at Apeldoorn, well, he's here now, just 20 years of age, and to be honest, he looks further down his physiological development, further down the line. He is a big unit.
He looks like he's been doing a lot of weight training. Very powerful, big shoulders there, big strong chest, and again, look, a superb approach there. Maybe could have come down a little bit lower before he hit the line into the back straight, but he's keeping it down very low on the track. Hold it down on the black line there. Gets under 11 seconds there, so the second fastest of the night there, 10.920.
Excellent. To my mind, the place he lost it was on the drive into the first curve after the bell. Just came a little bit into it at too sharp an angle and got spat out the far side of the track. As a result, he was on retrieval mode in his entry into the final curve. And that's what just ate in. It's a small matter of maybe 0.1, 0.2 of a second, but it counts here.
Well, it does. I mean, it's so short, 200 metres, tremendous amount of G-force going into those bankings. It's approaching 70 kilometres an hour. And of course, the key is to hold it down as low as you can all the way, particularly in the bankings. We've got Bart Holmes now.
Bell rings for Holmes, good at attacking spirit into the line underneath the red, needs to keep it exactly there, does so, manages to charge it nicely, down onto the black right now. Look at this is a good drive, it's going to be a decent time as well. Oh, and it just nudges the 11.107. Well, there you are. It just shows you, to my mind, he actually lost the legs out of the final corner, just put too much into it. Tony, if you get too far down to the black, it can spit you up and over the red line here on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're too far below the red going into the banking, it's going to be very, very difficult to hold it down. It can actually lift you up coming out of the banking. So it's all about experience and it's all about bike control.
It is Hugo Haak from Utrecht, 21 years of age, 7th in the World Championships in the Keirin, so a powerhouse, I think you might say, and he can deliver. Now this bell, wait till you see this. Now watch his approach work into the first curve. This is a man who knows how to ride it. Already he's making moves down onto the inside, and there it is, locked in underneath that red line. Oh, just drifts out of it this time by, back onto the red line coming into this corner. Now did he loop too high into the bank? Whoa, 10.718. That's a great time.
Well, Hugo's certainly a man in form. He's just ridden the European Championships in Apeldoorn over the weekend, and he got 2 bronze medals there. Came 3rd in the European Sprint Championship and 3rd in the team sprint. We now come to perhaps the most experienced sprinter here on the track, Teun Mulder, twice world champion, and he's not going to like the fact that Hugo Haak has just won 2 medals, set a fast time. He's want to show these younger guys who is the boss man of the sprinters.
And here it comes right now. Anticipation building. 10.718. This is where you should have some drive at that point. Next time by, when the bell rings, that's where you'll find him a little bit further down the track. Now watch the approach angle as he comes off this next set of banking right.
Nog altijd spijtig dat hij daar niet voor geëerd is. Hij moet er een keer voor geëerd worden in de
Get up right now. He goes low, low. Here comes a spin out right now. 10. Oh, he's in the 11s. That was that lack of bike control. He just tried to deliver so much. There was an amazing amount of drive went through the back wheel, and he slid out.
I mean, he did. I mean, I think you're right. He just came in too powerful there. Just couldn't keep the bike down. I think he's been working too much in the weights room.
I think so. The engine room, essentially, in the motor car speak, he put too much torque through the back wheel, and the back wheel spun underneath him. And from that split second was enough to nullify his challenge.
That's right. So, you know, disappointing there for Turn. He'll be upset with that. But still very tight there. But Hugo Hack there with the fastest time of 10.718. Tremendous start.
You know what? Even almost 0.4 of a second, and here that's a country mile ahead of Teun Mulder. That's a mega scalp.
That's a big scalp, yeah. I mean, Turn's not going to like that, and I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to making amends later on tonight and later on during the week of racing that we've got in front of us.
Well, you're getting it all here. Hope you're enjoying it in the opening night of the 6 Days of Amsterdam. Glorious. Well, the Derny boys are out again. It's we said it was a biker gang of turkey smugglers. I think some of these guys have been away from the gym almost as long as we have, Tony.
I think so. I mean, second Derny of the night. Now this is going to give the riders a chance to really test themselves out. Racing over 66 laps. We're going to see 7 Dernys in this race. We had 6 Derny drives in the first race, 7 in this. So that means every one rider from every of the 13 teams will have raced tonight.
So it's a Derny debutante.
It certainly is.
In fact, unlisted. Who is the mystery Derny? Yeah, we'll try and find out for you. We have 6 listed, but there's 7 on track. Do you think that he's just known as Mr. X?
Could well be. Number 7 is Herman Bakker there, the Dutch Derny pacemaker. Maybe he's the missing link. So 7 riders lining up for the second Derny heat here. Team number 5 have drawn first position. Team number 7 in second on the starting lineup. So some of the riders a bit slow coming to the line here.
Do you think any cyclists are actually going to be involved in this one?
I think just a little bit slow getting going. I think there's a bit of confusion here with some of the officials, some of the commissaires. First night, but it looks like they've got things in order now. The Derny drivers now trying to make sure they're in the right order to pick up the right rider who they're facing on the start line.
Well, there we are. They come round right now. Just explain the format once again for us, Tony.
Okay, so 7 riders on the track with 7 Derny driver. Each rider is paced over the 66 laps. Points on offer for the first across the line, and the key for the cyclist is to get as smooth and as an easier ride as possible by getting as close as they can to the Derny driver, so they get as much shelter, as much protection as possible. The riders here will ride a much bigger gear than they would do for the Madison. A lot of the riders here will be riding a gear of 54, 14, 104 inches, that sort of range, or 53, 14 will be what they'll be riding. Speeds can be very fast, over 70 kilometers an hour by the end of the race. It could be a gradual start because it's the first night for a lot of these riders with their pacemakers, and so it's early days, but the racing really will pick up, and the tempo.
Yes, indeed. And looking at it right now, 63 laps remaining. This is the second half, essentially, of our opener, and so as a result, we only had of the 13 teams, we only had 6 out last time by. This time it is the remainder, so 7 on track. It's extraordinarily busy. It will, of course, be on countback how they sort out the results here, Tony.
Yeah, well, I mean, there'll be points offered for each Derny heat. So there's points on offer for everyone to contest. And points means prizes, because every 100 points that you score, you gain a lap bonus. So the riders and the teams are going to stay in contention for all the different disciplines that they're facing and racing each night.
En er wel lekker op voor de rest van de winter, hè? Want je kan wel in andere Zesdaagse meteen...
One of the most experienced Derny drivers here, Keirin, who's out in front himself, former top rider, world champion behind the motor pace, as a superb Derny driver himself. Now he's one of the top Derny drivers of the European circuit. Still a nice, gradual, smooth start. It's just coming around to have completed 9 laps, 57 laps to go. So a steady start.
Well, it's by now a familiar sound to one and all, and taking an early stab out there and just wanting to essentially make their mark extremely early. And it's AA Drink who've had a great start to this evening, haven't they?
Het is eigenlijk jammer dat je de Europese kampioen hier niet aan de start hebt. Je zou eigenlijk moeten zeggen...
Really showing themselves, and that's where the spoils are going to be fought over. AA boys still out in front with the experienced pacemaker Keirin in front.
I'm just trying to see who it is that's representing here. Is it Nick Stockler or Harvick? Yuri Harvick at the moment. I think it's Yuri, but we'll have a look for you in just a few moments' time. If it is Yuri, 6 Days of Tilburg. In fact, this pairing, Stockler and Harvick, had a great run there, and they were only youngsters when they did that. Don't forget. Just in fact, were they even 20 at the time? So it shows that youthful exuberance can actually triumph on a very, very long and arduous 6 days such as we've got right now. Out front, just pacing them at the moment, the Visa boys. It is Marcel Katz, the youngster. Actually, he's not even the younger of the two, is he? Such as Pim's amazing meteoric rise within the ranks, I guess. I think it's Marcel Katz who's just coming around the outside right now.
Yeah, just fighting there for the lead position. Still a long way to go, so they're not going to be panicking too much yet. Trying to get a smooth, steady ride.
Michael Vartenen, it is Derny driver. You see a lot of these Derny drivers, we're calling them drivers incidentally, even though we know the motorcycles, just to distance them in your minds from the cyclists who we're going to call riders, so drivers and riders. They actually look rather ungainly sometimes with their legs out, but it offers up further wind resistance, doesn't it, if you actually ride in that style?
That's right, I mean, they're doing that deliberately. That's why the saddles are very low on the Derny, to keep them lower, keep them more upright, to give as much protection as possible, to make it easier and give a smoother ride to the cyclists who they're pacing.
Would it be fairer to have a low fairing that was the same size for all Derny drivers?
Well, I mean, the Dernys have to conform to certain regulations, so they can't offer any more fairing than each other. So the fairing they offer is obviously their chest, but it's also how they actually sit on the bike.
Yeah.
So sit as far back as possible and as upright as possible, and those knees out. So with your knobbly knees, I think you could offer a lot of protection to a lot of riders.
I think the belly might have something to do with it as well. Round they come, and Marcel Batten, wearing number 3, he is at the moment pacing Marcel Katz, doing a fantastic job. Katz, the German second on one of the stages of the Tour of Iran recently, and 6 Days of Bremen this year, along with Marvulti, Franco Marvulti. So Marcel Katz, hugely experienced at these 6-day racing. festivals. That's exactly what we've got here. It is a festival of cycling, and so many of them peppered throughout the winter, but what a great way to start here in Amsterdam. Fantastic atmosphere we've got, and it's likely only to build and get more intense the deeper we get into this essentially a day short of a week of racing. Interestingly, it was the temperance movement, and indeed the Keep Sunday Special boys from all those years ago that made it 6 days and not 7. They had to keep the Sabbath clear for those of a religious bent, that this would not interfere with those proceedings. So the 6 days, I think that was probably a blessing when they used to race 24 hours for 24/6.
Well, that's right. I mean, society was a lot more religious then, and the thought of any sport or any racing activity on a Sunday wasn't acceptable, and so they literally raced from 1 minute past midnight on the Saturday night, on the Sunday night rather, through to just before midnight on the Saturday night. So 6 days of complete non-stop racing.
Well, right now you join us for the second phase of this Derny team race, and yeah, it's not something you see in the Olympics. You still see Keirin, of course, with the Dernys. In fact, I think it's the only powered element of the Olympic Games, if I'm not mistaken. I'm struggling to think of anything else that actually burns carboniferous fuel as part of the proceedings. Somebody will tell me something else that is. I guess when it comes to rowing, you've got the Marshall's boats as well, which of course are powered. But yeah, actually part of the athlete's performance. The Derny and the Keirin, I suppose, at least they pull away for the end. But here, it's staying all the way, and the Derny riders get equal credit when it comes to the acknowledgement at the end. And right now, doing an absolutely superb job is Six Days out there on the 5 bike. And just a question of serendipity, I guess. The AA drink, I think it's Yuri Harvik, big pace round at the moment.
A nice smooth ride is being given, staying on that blue line, not too much buffeting because there's no other riders, no other Derny drivers who are near him. We're getting a smooth ride, making it easier on the legs. And of course it's all about conserving energy, because you've got 6 nights of racing.
Meanwhile, the man with the glue, just remember the silks?
One of the mechanics there, getting ready to stick a new tyre on.
Yeah, there's no hand sewing anymore in the tyres, which is...
When you were referring to silks, were you referring to the old silk tyres, or to silk stockings?
No, well, both actually.
Well, I mean, I popped in your bedroom earlier last night, so I'm not quite sure.
I was referring to tyres. Needle and thread and all that. So there we are, just heading round. We're coming to the final phase right now. It's been a long old run with 22 laps remaining, but at this pace, that's going to be gone before you know it. The last 10 laps, you'll start to see a little bit of jockeying for position. In fact, as soon as we say it, it starts right now. High up and wide is that Rob Bartko for the Braden Nord team in the red, running in second place at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming out a lot faster there, being paced by the Dutch pacemaker Ron Seilard. Robert Bartko looks very smooth, very comfortable there. He knows exactly what he's doing, and very controlled effort there. Look how close he's on the mudguard there. Very experienced rider there.
Even beyond almost overtaking his man and shouting "Allez, allez!" It's allez and ho, the 2 instructions incidentally. Allez for go, ho for stop. 2 words that sound very different. One longer than the other, so even in the noise of all of these Derny bikes going around here, you can still hear the instruction above the noise generated by the machinery and indeed the crowds, and they'll start cheering before you know it. 16 laps to go after they cross the line this time by. Another one clicked over, and still the charge is on. 16 it is. Somebody forgot to press the lap counter. They are really pacing this one up well and truly right now. They've all been round. 15 to go. To rise, the revs are rising, and the bodies are starting to be laid on the line right now. With about 10 to go, this is going to get very serious. There we are. That was an ice cream salesman pretending to throw some ice cream, which actually was just a tissue. It's obviously an ice cream seller's gag. We like that. Here we go. Down on the inside. Now, you might think that the fact that Yuri Harvik is leading here, the number 5, has got something, but the power is on and the delivery and the changes made, and Bartko makes his move right now. He'd already shown that he had something in reserve, and he started to make the escape. With 12 to go, he has ordered alley, he's called it, and he wants more. He's actually overlapping his Derny man right now.
He's really picked up the pace there, but there's still a lot of Derny's very close together. I mean, I think you've got to watch out for team number 1 there, for being paced by Michel Barton. It looks like they're communicating to one another there, and I think they're really going to be in contention for the win. 10 laps to go now, and as you see, Michel Barton, as we speak, he's come from 3rd, he's coming right round to overtake Bartko in 1 lap. Really is fast, riding them much higher up the banking.
Wow, look at that, taking high, wide and handsome. What an absolutely superb run that is. Pim Lichtard hits the front right now. He doesn't want any more questions to be asked out there here that he can't answer.
No, I mean, he wants to get to the front and get an easier ride, but they're not going to let him go. Looks like Bartko just shouted out to his Derny driver, he wants him to pick up the pace. But Team AA there, team number 5, looks like they're closing up as well.
They certainly are, but this is about Pim Lichtard at the moment, and he has pressed the go button, and it's real retrieval that's going on as we speak. Goodness me, Marcus is trying to stay in touch, but coming back into this one, AA Drinker just started to make their move, and this is a brilliant piece of strategy that they're delivering. They kept it very late, and it's Nick Stoppler. It's not Harvik, it's Stoppler that's on the charge here. Stoppler calls alley with 4 to go. Has he left it too late? And suddenly joining the party. Dalen get involved here. Oh, this is great, and it's Lampeter, I think. It's having a look here.
Elkaar gaan betwisten in de finale van deze Derny-koers op de eerste avond. Hoezo Vakantselij gestopt? Ze zijn nog altijd springlevend als ploeg hier in de Zesdaagse van Amsterdam. Bovenin nu. Komt dan toch te ketelen, hè? We hebben hem al aangekondigd en daar komt hij. Hij kijkt en hij wil meer naar voren. Hij wordt nu opgevangen door die andere 2. Laatste ronde in de Derny-koers. Lichtard onderin, Marcus in het midden, dan Kenny te ketelen. Lichtard nog altijd met voordeel van de binnenbocht. Maar wie heeft het beste eindschot? Wie heeft het beste eindschot, jongens? Is het dan toch de ketelen, ja. Kenny de ketelen. Wint hem.
Ja, je ziet al 3 ronden met veel meer snelheid rijdt als zijn 2 concurrenten Marcus en Lichtard. Maar door de buitenbocht gewoon misschien wel 3-4 meter meer moet rijden. Dus daardoor blijft het heel spannend. Maar komen dan toch met veel meer snelheid uit die laatste bocht. Maar ja, waardoor hij net toch deze derde wedstrijd wint. En dat is het mooie van dit soort onderdelen. Ja, je denkt ik word nu 2 of 3, maar het scheelt een paar punten wat zomaar het verschil na 6 dagen kan zijn. Tussen de 6-daagse winnen of verliezen. En is deze meter winst is dan toch wel heel belangrijk.
Uitgekookt dus, gewonnen door de ketelen. Voormalig wereldkampioen op de koppelkoers. En hij zit er weer goed in voor het komend seizoen. Het komende 6-daagse seizoen met zijn vaste maat dus Van Hoeken.
Nou ja, je zei het zelf al, derde geworden op het Europees kampioenschap, dus ik denk dat ze al heel veel getraind hebben. Toch een klein beetje ligt in het voordeel ten opzichte van de renners die zo kort van de weg afkomen.
Ketel dus met Sam Mooi, dan Marcus met Seilaert, Lichtard met Vaarten. Stupper zat achter Stam en heeft lange tijd aan leiding gereden, maar uiteindelijk dus geen punten. Maar die gaat nog wel komen deze week. Ja, dames en heren. De huldiging met de ketelen. En we gaan ook meteen luisteren naar Kenny de Ketel. Die staat er onderaan in de baan. Ik zie het onder in het beeld. Dan gaan we meteen luisteren naar een interview met de Belg van Top Sport Vlaanderen.
Hello, did the race go as expected out there for you?
Yeah, well, I had to come from way behind. I had start number 6, so halfway we went to the front, and then waited for the good moment. I thought for a second we weren't gonna make it anymore because we were high against the fence, and then you have to go really fast to go over the opponents. But it worked out well at the end.
Was the late charge your plan with your pacer before the race?
Well, we didn't have a plan because it's a lottery for your pacer. So just before the start, you only know who's gonna pace you. So yeah, there's no space for planning. It's just a bit of feeling of the pacer himself and how he thinks he has to clear the job with the rider he gets. So, but it worked out well.
For the overall 6 days, what does this mean for an overall win?
Well, actually, it's more like a prestige thing, because yeah, it's only 5 points, but we all love it. We love to ride behind the Derny. It's high speed. The crowd loves it, so it's always nice to show your own abilities behind the motor.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Ja, we beginnen weer met de sprint.
Ja, we zagen net de eerste rit werd gewonnen door
3 riders to see who's going to be the 2 winners to go through to that final. So we've got Turn Mulder there, sitting high up by the fence. They roll away there, 3 laps to go. All cat and mouse tactics here, Carlton.
Yeah, I love this. It's when you've got so many riders involved in a sprint, I mean, normally you are used to seeing one out there, but it's almost like a neutral Keirin, if that makes sense. These guys, it is cat and mouse, but if 2 look at each other, one can escape. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different dimension to sprinting, and can be very entertaining, obviously for the crowd, and for the riders, it's totally different because normally it's match sprinting. And so for them it's something different as well. But Mulder there is in the ideal place in second, but look, you've got to watch behind and watch in front. So you can end up being very, very tight, but Mulder's got out of the saddle now, come around into the finishing straight, and it looks like, oh, I'm not sure who quite got that, whether it was Mulder or not. Riders themselves aren't quite sure. Oh. And that went to Niels van Toedelaar. Getting a scalp of Turn Mulder there.
Well, you know what? You take your chances when you can get them. Silver in the Nationals at Keirin as well, and I think that served him very well here. It was almost, by the end, it does generally tend to pan out to be like a half Keirin in that kind of situation, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, being a smaller track as well makes it that much more difficult. and you've got to judge it and position yourself just right. And of course, for the first night for the riders, it's getting to know the track, getting to get the feel of the track, how the boards are running and how they feel.
I think that's the point as well, Tony, is that tracks generally tend to have very much a different feel between them, and there's a bit of flexibility in track design as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there is, and so no two tracks are exactly the same, and so to the average person, to the spectator, they don't quite understand what the differences are, but the track, depending on how long it's been there, depending on how much give and take there is, depending on the geometry, depending on how steep the bankings are, the size of the track, the temperature, and of course the riders have got to experiment with the types of tyres, with the types of gears that they're riding. So there's a lot of to-ing and fro-ing to find out what is the best combination.
You've got a rolling surface as well, let's not forget. Oh, here's your friend. There we are. There's a lot of rolling resistance as well, counts for an awful lot. Tight on the inside here, it looks like we've got some very well bedded in beech. You have ash and oaks even being used, and some well primed other woods as well. I think ash is hard to come by these days. But yeah, the rolling surface generally as well can be slightly different as well, just how it's been prepared.
It means how it's been prepared, how settled the track is. But you know, the people behind the organisation of the event here, they've got a fantastic team of carpenters, fantastic team of people working on the maintenance to make sure that the track is safe, that the track is smooth. And if you notice, Carlton, there's people who are watching the track, commissaires are looking for the slightest thing to make sure that everything's in order the whole night round.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Welcome back. It is a busy and packed course once again. This track today has been extraordinarily well used. We've had the first Sprint Masters semi-final, and now it is time to get back to our pairs out here.
Back to the 6-day riders. The 13 teams are all on the track here for this super sprint. And this is going to be perfect warm-up for the riders for the main event of the night, the Madison, which is going to happen shortly after this.
Well, beer biker, a fat bike Dark Lord, has come in and said, that was close, looked like fun. Still not sure how much I understand. Well, stay with us, mate, and enjoy it throughout the entire 6 days. If you're stuck for something to do of an evening, then surely this has to be, even if you've got something else that you might have thought was better. It's not. This is just busy and fun and exciting. Right, rules time. Off you go.
So coming round to 2 laps to go.
This is called a super sprint, by the way, yes.
Of the night. All teams on the track all at the same time. 1 lap to go. There's going to be points 5, 3, 2, 1 on offer for this first sprint.
And here we go. Almost impossible to call at this point, which is part of the fun. Except if you happen to be out there. There is an awful lot of getting in the way of each other on a super sprint because it couldn't get busier. It comes round so very quickly. 6 laps to go until the next one.
Until the next one, and team number 1 are eliminated. The team at the back coming around to that sprint lap, they get eliminated until we get down to the last 6 riders.
So there we are, till you get to the last 6, and then, Tony.
And then it's a sprint for the line, and the points will be divvied up between those last few riders.
Got it? It's called a super sprint. It may not be classic as far as the Olympics are concerned, but as far as we're concerned, as part of 6-day racing, it is just part of the fun. Incidentally, if you would like to switch to the Dutch language, if you've been watching here and suffering us, then the Dutch service has just gone live about 10 minutes ago. So if you go back to where you found us and Dutch is your thing, if you want to hear it in Flems, then you will find that stream available as well. 2 laps to go before the next intermediate sprint as part of this super sprint.
That's right, so it's a sprint combined with an elimination.
There we are, sprint eliminator combined. Despite the fact that we have elimination races, combined races called an omnium, and indeed a sprint race. So this is all 3 mashed together in a composite.
And that's why it's called a super sprint. And by the end of the 6 days, hopefully we'll understand, and the public will as well.
Hold on to your helmets.
All Carlton.
We are rolling with the boards and indeed with the punches as we speak. Taking the nose out front and doing a great job. Jiri Hoffman and Wojciech Heckley, as part of the We Publish group, they're shining a little bit brighter late on. You can warm into the event, Tony, especially on the opening night. You kind of find your muscles, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a question of familiarity. You've got to get used to the new partner, get used to the new track. For some of the riders that haven't ridden on the Amsterdam boards before, so there's a lot to take in. The first night, the first 6th day of each winter.
Absolutely. Well, after this we will have the Sprint Masters, and then it is our final event of the evening, the 45-minute Madison. So you have plenty of time to make a cup of tea and go and get your speculoos. That's a biscuit locally. Here we go, full charge on at the moment. These guys are not hanging about. Is that Asselman on the front right now, just waiting to make the change? The Telegraaf boys are doing exactly that. Kaspers and Van Tijl with ground to make up. They're not having the most fun out there in this one, I'm afraid. And neither are the Pink Boys, either Koopelmans or indeed the Dealing team. They've got time, have they? Well, they better start making amends right now. Metak, Boskamp and Asselman do a great interchange right now. Good slingshot change as they hit the line right now. They're stacking them up here. You know, Gate and Roberts taking that last one.
Eerst natuurlijk gaan Maurits even een klein woordje.
Morris and Stortija. I didn't see them up there, to be honest, so I'm just hoping that that result is actually correct. Nobody's lapped anyone yet, Tony.
No one's lapped anyone, no.
All right, well, I'll start believing my eyes then instead of the scoreboard just for now, but usually the scoreboard's right. My eyes are the problem. So there you go. Just dropping in. Well, we said they had to make amends, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. The 13 boys, Kaspers and Van Ziel, doing a job, and an effective one as well. Look at this, they'll take a bell. Can they lead it all the way round for this intermediate sprint? Away they go. Race going on here. Boskamp and Asselman with their final change in the curve, but they're not going to get the better here. Good work. Very good work. Well, Kaspers and Van Zaal doing a brilliant job there, making a nice little switch. And indeed, I'm looking at the scoreboard up there, and it hasn't changed. So thank goodness I wasn't a complete lunatic. Right, we've just been reset now, Tony, to 10 laps on the lap counter.
So 10 laps, ready for the final sprint. So we're left with like 9 teams left there, Carl.
Yeah, the eliminators, the elimination getting called out. Just seen Nolan Hoffman just pacing slowly down at the bottom. So clearly out of the loop at the moment. So there we are. This is your super sprint then, with just the 9 remaining to contest this one. Who's your money on?
I'm just looking. I mean, you think you've got to watch out for the AA boys, team number 5.
I think so. I think that's a very, very good call. Stopler and Harderwijk have been doing a fantastic job You know who else is warming to the occasion as well as the Island 200 boys. Now just watch out for the Americans, because this is their form of racing. They like being in a pack. They're currently running in 4th place, and that's a nice change as Dan Holloway just picks it up right now. Holloway second in the national championships at points racing, and they've sort of slicked out their changes, and we'll see how they function towards the end. I think they may well be thinking about a podium at the very least. That would be great news for them. Likewise, Caspers and Van Ziel in the 13 team colours right now. Some surprise exits, I've got to tell you, out of this one. Nice little drop hands as Boskamp and Asselman make the change, slick into the corner, and indeed they're just starting to bully East and Holloway, the Americans, who find themselves just going backwards at the moment. They're gone from position 4 back into P6 as we speak. There's a lot of power out there, and it's starting to be delivered now. And Gaten Roberts, sick to death of...
Hij rijdt nu bij een kleinere Duitse ploeg.
Right down and on the line they go. Nice throw into position. And Hogman and Hecky in the green for the We Publish group as well, taking advantage with 1 to go. And here they come. Now that's a very late surge, and a good one as well. Powering round the final curve. Well, we said they went from P3 to 1, and they're going to take this one. Oh, underneath the blue marker infield. Now, did he drift onto the flat and off course? Well, I guess we'll find out. He doesn't think so. Punches the air. We'll see whether the commissaires have anything to say about that.
I think the riders in the Czech Republic deserve and will get that win.
I think so too. So we'll just we'll almost cover our words then and hope it wasn't noticed. So the Czech boys come to the fore. That was clearly their target for the evening, and they've delivered.
They certainly have. I mean, they've made their mark, and we've recognised what they can do, and they've got a win on the board on the first night, so it can't be bad, Carl, can it?
Cannot be bad at all. And here we are. This is your push to the line. Once again, the track just slicking out a bit, and how much drive do you want to put into a back wheel? Front comes up, still counts whether you're on track or not. So a sense of a unicycle going on there, and we have our winners of the Super Sprint. Good boys.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple: to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
Rondewinst gaat toch voor.
Busy, and that is just the way we like it. The Super Sprint completed, and congratulations to the We Publish boys. superb run they got. Mel Boskamp and Jesper Asselman of Metek just losing out. And Mission Impossible, looks like there's been some training in the wind tunnel and maybe even some haircutting in the wind tunnel as well going on of late. There you go. I think it's supposed to be in a different part, but there you go. Sprint Masters final coming up right now.
3 riders. Oh no, we've got the 2 winners of the 2 semi-finals, so it's going to be a 2-up final. over 3 laps.
Well, what they could deliver when it came to success, they did deliver as far as being forests are concerned. So here we go then. It's your Masters final. It is Bart Holmes up against Niels van der Hoenendaal in the... Oh, beg your pardon, that is Matthias Birchall, isn't it? Well, we'll get confirmation on that for you in just a moment's time, but yes, you'll just have to forgive us on... Oh, hello, I like that. A little bit of shenanigans very, very early on. Nobody wants to give any track space at all, and it's a crucial one, this.
I mean, it certainly is, it's all cat and mouse tactics. They're looking to...
Ik weet niet van de kop af beginnen natuurlijk. Daar wordt om gelood.
So the 2 sprints coming with 2 laps to go.
So
looks like we might see some actually track stands here, Carl.
I think we might. And here, let's not forget, I don't think we've got a walking marshal, so they can actually stay there for quite some time. Oh, they're not hanging around. Bart Holmes, the 9th.
De Koga die ooit is ontwikkeld voor Theo Bos, voor de Spelen van 2008. En hij is heel...
Matthias Birchall tries to get back at him. Oh, Bart Holmes, have you mugged him? Let's have a look. Track stand Matthias. It's going to get found out.
Ik denk dat hij niet beseft wat voor voorsprong hij had.
Holmes went very, very early indeed. Final curve. High up goes Birchall right now. And Birchall is the boss. Oh, that was great.
I mean, we thought he got caught napping there, but timed it perfectly. I think the young Bart Holmes there went just that too much too early.
It was great though. I tell you something. Take nothing away from Bart Holmes there. Bart Holmes, I beg your pardon. Old Barty. He went so early. I didn't think he... Well, I did think he was going to make it actually at one point, because Matthias Birchall had teed himself up on an angle on the track. It took him a while just to get straight. Never mind getting to a winning position, but he did deliver.
Well, Bart certainly made Matt work for that win.
He certainly did. There we go. That was absolutely brilliant. Well, well, well. Here we go. Repairing. And there might be some repairing going on after this as well, at least of reputations. Jeff Hoogland is here. You know, Hoogland is frightening. He's only 20, and he looks like he's had a very hard life on a nightclub door. This man, if he told you to leave the building, you'd leave the building.
Well, I wouldn't even enter it.
But Toyn Mulder is tracking him at the moment, and what a man to have on your case. You wouldn't want it.
Not at all. I mean, Toyn's very experienced, been around for a long time, and hasn't shone too much tonight, but I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him, and he's going to ride into it and ride into his form during the 6 days.
Oh, he's gone on the inside. He doesn't mind taking the lead, and I think he might well just power him out of this one. Yeah, you know that power that got his bike out of shape when he a little bit earlier on? Well, not a bit of it here. He's weaving all over the place. Doesn't want to offer up any wind resistance whatsoever to Jeffrey Hoogland. Jeff's on the chase back right now. The bell has gone, but he's... Oh, and here he comes. Look at this. It's a bright orange charge. He's going high and wide. It's going to be closer. Oh, than anybody thought. And he's taken it.
Well, that was a surprise. I thought that Turner had opened up a big enough gap there.
That was unbelievable.
Time to perfection, eh?
You know what? You've got to hand it to the 20-year-old. He's got a lot of power on board, and he knows how to deliver.
Of course, we know he's in fantastic form, and only at the weekend he got second in those European Championships in the sprint at Appledore. So the young boy is putting the old man, turn molder, is showing him the way home. So turn's not like that, but all credit.
Well, let's get confirmation on the photo, because if he did get it, it was absolutely on the throw. And you don't get much closer than that, do you?
Not at all, not at all. But we've seen some great sprinting. Now we come to the final match here of the evening. So these guys are racing for first and second. We've just seen the ride-off for third and fourth. And we've got the guys who have fought their way through to the final, recorded the fastest times throughout, won their 2 semi-finals. And now let's see what we can have between rider number 6 and number 2.
It's
Hugo Hack.
Yeah, Hugo Hack in the blue. 7th in the World Championships in Keirin this year. 3rd in the sprint of the Worlds, don't forget. 3rd in the team sprint. He's got a big long list here. He's only 21. 2nd in the Dutch National Championship and the sprint. That was last year. And National Keirin champion. Frightening Hugo Hack. There he is in the blue. Man has got to face up to him, or face him down. Niels van der Hoornendaal, 20 years of age, leading on track at the moment. But this is his home track. Now, if you read the boards, and he probably does every Sunday morning, then believe me, it counts for something. He knows how to ride this one. Can he deal with the powerhouse that is Hugo Hack? We're going to find out right now. Here they go.
Lap and a half to go. They're both riding high up the banking, just watching each other, riding very, very close, staying very high up, leaving it very, very late here, Carlton.
Yeah, high, they say, means go, go, go if you're on a Husky event, but this is anything but, and here they go. Hugo Hack tries to go around the outside, he goes high, but holding him off. Does he know the boards? Does he know them like no other? Well, I'll tell you something, Hugo Hack thought about punching the air then, and then he thought again. And I think that is acknowledgement by Niels van der Hoornendaal that Hugo Hack has taken it. Let's check it out on the line, shall we?
Yeah.
Cool, that was tight.
Definitely Hugo Hack, the 21-year-old from Utrecht. Again, another rider who's in very good form. Just won 2 bronze medals at the European Championships in Apeldoorn. European Championships finished yesterday. He's come straight here. I saw him earlier wearing both those medals around his neck, having some photos taken. Very proud, and he's carrying on the form that he showed at the weekend to win the first night of the Masters Sprint here at the 6th Day of Amsterdam.
Well, Henry House says Carlton Kirby's having the time of his life in Amsterdam. It's great, I've got to tell you. Henry, if you ever get to take a trip, in fact you've still got time even this week, because it's, don't forget, it's 6 days, and every day offers up a magnificent selection of the very best of track riding, and you're seeing it here. Next up is our final event, incidentally. It's the Madison, 45 minutes plus 6 rounds. It's going to be big, it's going to be long. Maybe put your feet up, not you, Tony, obviously. But set yourselves in for some enjoyable riding.
Well, that's right. I think this is the time you need to get your 6-pack out, get your cans of beer, sit back and enjoy and watch the races. Now, it's quite deceptive looking around. You think
my 6-pack?
Well, that as well.
It's more of a party keg.
But I mean, you look at the empty seats, you don't think there's many people here. They're all out drinking the beer and eating the hot dogs. Why are we sitting here, Carl? I mean, there's more people outside around the bars and round by the hot dog stands and the burger stands than there are the racing.
Oh, you know what?
They come here to have a good time, don't they?
You come to, and believe me, there is no better ticket, frankly, than a 6-dayer. And yeah, if you're brave, you buy the book, and then you come every day. But yeah, it's slowly but surely built. I think the opening day is always a bit of a highlight because it's a great test out for people's fitness, their stamina, and really just how their mindset is for the winter. And don't forget, this is the first of our run into this winter season that is the 6 days. It's going to be busy, isn't it, this season? It's going to be busy.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
You had a late charge there. Can you explain your tactic in the sprint?
Yes, I want to go from the back. Niels was in front of me, and I made a really big gap, like 10 meters. And then you can close it in the last round. So that was pretty good.
Did you expect to go so well on the first day of the 6 days?
I'm really tired from the European Championships. It was 3 days of racing, team sprint, sprint in Keirin. So I was really tired, but it's a good performance.
Overall, it's a good sign. Maybe you can win the 6th day?
Yeah, maybe. I'm one of the favorites, so we will see in 5 days.
Okay, thank you.
We're underway. It's the final event of what has been a fascinating evening, and hopefully for those of you who are new to 6-day racing, it's been a joy. Debbie Hill, old mate of mine, from Down Under, loving it. Good to have you on board, Debbie. Good to know as well that so many others of you are setting yourselves in for what's going to be a busy week of right royal entertainment. So this is 45 minutes of Madison with 6 laps at the end. Now each 5 minutes we take a position.
I mean 45 minutes, so this is when the serious racing really happens. This is when the stronger teams will be looking to assert themselves. So it's not going to be down to just points tonight, Carlton. It's going to be riders are going to and teams are going to be losing and gaining laps on the rest of the field. Yeah. So you'll see the riders really coming to the fore and trying to assert themselves, because you can rest assured by the end of this race, not all 13 teams are going to be in the same lap.
No, they're not. And so for now, it's tight. Those who want to take a little bit of a rest are finding themselves within the pack as we speak. Excuse me. Yes, there is an area where you can rest. There is also, if you rest up too much, there's a lot of conversation goes on in an event such as this as well between teams. Everyone's expected to do something. Here are your points up for grabs. Oh, as we stand at the moment. And on 40 points, Nick Stoppler and Juri Harding, they are dominating proceedings as we stand. Now, they will add today's points to this event's points, of course, to that total. Our top team at the moment are team number 5, AA Drink, or AA Drink, I think they like to be called. Stoppler en Harding.
Dat is het toch ook even wennen, hè, met Kals. Nieuwe ploeggenoot. Uit het wegseizoen, zomaar in dat baanseizoen, en dan moet je maar weer wennen aan je maat. Die weet niet wat hij heeft getraind en waar hij vandaan komt. Maar ik denk dat als je als baanrenner gekoppeld wordt aan een hele goede wegrenner die ook op de baan kan rijden, zoals Lichthart, en dan wel blij bent. Want jij weet, ik heb op de baan getraind, ik heb die snelheid, maar ik krijg wel een soort krachtmens waarmee ik kan koppelen.
Ja, de laatste paar jaren zie je natuurlijk ook heel erg.
This first main Madison, that will give us a good indication of the teams who are going to be fighting it out on Saturday night.
We've got an attack straight off the front, straight off the nose. 2 riders have decided to go for it now. Don't forget, the whole of this 6 days is about distance. It's about laps that you've got. Now the commissaires are going to be watching this, just seeing whether these guys can put a lap on the field. Now that's hard to take back. It's also hard to take even enthusiastically, I guess you might say. But it looks like they might deliver this. They've already got half a lap. They've got the pace, and nobody wants to take it up because we've still got 42 minutes left. They have flown the nest.
You've got the German Panzer division there. You've got Barco team number 7 and number 6 Life Laboratory there taking the lead by making that first attack. Two very experienced riders and working well together. Got over half a lap, and it looks like they could be the first two teams to take the first lap of the 6th day of Amsterdam 2013.
Absolutely. Look at this. They're nearly tagged onto the back. The commissaires will decide when they have made it to the main body of the bunch ahead. Now, this is easy at this point of proceedings, but in the next 40 minutes or so, there's going to be an awful lot more, and others will have to try and make the break. Now, as they make the catch, and they're just coming round to latch onto the back, you'll see that in a few moments' time, you might get a secondary escape go straight away. Now, I've seen in the past that riders have actually made it back on and then just continued the assault. So they ride on at pace and then ride by. Now they're just trying to get out of the way of one of the changes there between tracks and Caspers and Van Zyl. Let's see what they do right now. Are they going to carry on bullying everybody, or are we going to have a bit of hiatus? Everyone resting up. They made it.
Team number 5, team number 4 straight on the attack there. Team number 5 who are leading tonight. Looks like we've got 3 teams there, breaking clear of the pack there, Carl. Looks like we've got team number 5, team number 4, and is that team number 9? So 3 teams breaking clear.
There we are. You have to be so careful about how you allow others out there, or deny them, I should say, a place on the lap board with you. Now 3 other teams have decided to go for this. It's team number 4, the Dalen team, on a push right now. This is Kenny de Kettler and Chris Van Hoek. They're in the pink, sort of a pale pink if you like. Team 5 as well, AA Drink, still back up there. Now they were part of that 2-team break that just happened, and they haven't stopped working. And likewise, well, I said that they might just ride their way through, and that's exactly what they've done. Team 5 on an absolute mission here, and they've been joined by Team 9 as well, Metek and Boskamp and Asselman. But just watch out for the Dalen boys, because they're having fun with us.
They are, but it looks like it's all coming back together. What have we got going on here, Carlton? Those 3 riders are out in front. The rest of the 10 teams are staying together. So it looks like the three teams, they're going to get their lap. And then we've already got 2 teams on 0, so that means it'll be 5 teams on 0. But it looks like you've got another attack here. You've got 3 teams off the front. Luke Roberts there, team number 1, and team number, is that 3 there with Jens Morris?
It is. It's the Vlasman team, Jens Morris and Wim Struttinger. Lovely change there, absolutely superb by de Kettler and Van Hoek. And we still have Pim Littard as well, who has just decided to put in some drive with the De Telegraph boys, Gate and Roberts, Littard and Katz. Well, this is fantastic. We've got 3 subsections to our Madison as we speak. 39 minutes remaining, and unfortunately the live scoreboard has died upon us, which doesn't exactly help, but there you go. At the moment, team number 6 out in front. It is Leif Lamter and Ray Crader, according to the scoreboard inside our stadium as we speak. And the foghorn's gone on. I think this might well be a sponsored intermediate.
I mean, that shows you those 3 other teams have got their lap. So you've got 5 teams on 0. You've got 3 teams who are now chasing to get the lap. Team number 1, team number 3, and team number 2 with Roberts. And then you've got team number 4. No, sorry, that's team number 8, Hester, who's going for their lap as well.
Okay, up to date. De Kettler and Van Hoek are part of the leading group of teams out there, of which there are 5. You saw 2 go off. They were then joined. It was at the beginning, it was Stoppler and Harlevy, along with Kettler and Van Hoek. I beg your pardon, it was Marcus and Bartko for Breenord in the red. Anyway, I'll just give you the 5 teams that are out in front. A lap clear, having lapped the field, according to the commissaires, and indeed to our eyesight, thank goodness. Kennedy Kettler and Van Hoek, team number 4, are a lap ahead of everyone else, along with team number 5, Stoppler and Harlevy. Likewise, it's Lampeter and Kreder. Here we are, it's on your screen right now. Marcus and Bartko, as well as Boskar and Asselmans. Everybody else is a lap behind, and we have had a fine regrouping. Now, it's who's going to make the next attack, and I suggest it's going to be amongst those 5. I don't think the others have got the legs after such a busy evening. I think those 5 teams that have already set their stall out are the ones to watch, Tony.
Yeah, but we just got those other 4 teams there. They've got the lap. They've come on to 0. The team 1 there with Lidgard, and with team number 2 with Luke Roberts, and we've got Mark Hester, and got their lap. So we've now got them on 0 as well.
So making amends, just coming round the rear end of the track. Lidgard and Katz did manage to get back on, along with Gate and Roberts from the Telegraph in the yellow, as we've got another attack just rolling off the nose right now. And this is the 12 team. They've got to get up there, because at the moment they are in arrears big time. Likewise, the 10 team of Kreder and Hoffman. And so it is the men in green wearing number 12 who are on the attack. Now this looks like team 7 of Marcus and Bartko, who are involved in the first move, may well respond and just drive off the nose of the main body. As we stand, teams 12 and 10, which is Zeiss team in the silver, and the green team of We Publish. And as you can see, they are fighting hard. That is Nolan Hoffman wearing the black number here in the silver, who is desperately trying to fight to get back on. Now, just looking down, they've still got half a lap to make. And if you're in the train, you're able to rest up. As you leave it later in the evening, and indeed we're 10 minutes into this now, so 35 minutes remaining. These two out here, they've been driving on, trying to just keep on the coattails of those who've been on the attack. Is it too late for them to make the attack right now?
No, have
they made it?
They're going to end up making and gaining this lap, but they're going to have to work that much harder because they've been out there for a long time. But you see in the peloton, you've got the top teams, and they're just watching one another.
Goodness me, that was very good work. Good bike handling skills by Wes Kreder. There was a loose rider who hadn't ridden clear and was still down towards the blue broad line on the infield here, and I'm afraid he almost crashed into him. We haven't had a spill this evening, and I'm hoping that that's the way this one stays. Good changes coming in from Marcus and Bartko at the moment in the red, the 17 Breenord, dead centre of the pack as we speak, and they have made it on, but at what cost? Leaving it late is a difficult thing. Now we've got an attack just rolling off the nose right now, and it's Leif Lampeter and Wes Kreder from Beretti in the orange, and as they go for it, so do the Dielan boys of De Kettler, vastly experienced, possibly starting amongst the favourites for the entire 6 days here, with Gies van Hoek in that pink. They've gone for it.
We've got Lampeter going in for his second lap of the night.
Exactly, and if they can make it, it could make the difference, because there's a lot of tired legs. Tony, as you get deep into an evening of a 6 days, I guess these guys can just be thankful that it's no longer a 24-hour race for the 6 days.
Yeah, I mean,
physically impossible.
Yeah, physically impossible, and of course, you know, the speed of these riders, and the events are coming so quick and so fast. So I mean, it wouldn't be possible to ride 24 hours now. Very fast, and things are happening so quickly. But of course, these riders are superbly trained athletes. Cyclists are some of the fittest sportsmen in the world, if not the fittest. I mean, they train 30 hours a week minimum. They're racing often for over 100 days per year. So it's a lot of dedication and a lot of training, both on the track, but they do a lot of road work. They ride stage races as part of their preparation, road races. And it looks like Lampeter and the Belgians there are coming around, they're closing up there. Could they gain their second lap of the night?
They're going to make it. It is delivery, I think, of the highest order. They've got around about 10 metres to go, and there they are. They're just tagging onto the back as Garte just drifts a little bit, and acknowledgement by the commissaires that they have indeed made it back on. Absolutely superb. The final sling to get into the main body, and the hooter goes off to say that they have done it in a round of applause as well throughout the auditorium, and they're not holding back here. The last thing you want to do, Tony, is when you get back on, as teams 4 and 6 have, as you can see, is you don't want to ease up because you don't want to counter-attack to catch you out, and we've already got a counter going off right now.
We've got the Americans there off the front, Easton Holloway, number 11, by for Ireland 200. They've gone off to get their lap.
And the Tracks boys are after them, Caspers and Van Zyl. Good work by East and Holloway. They've come here, they've been bullied on occasion, at least early on, but they've warmed into the evening, and they're really starting to shine out there, and I'm more than appreciative of their efforts. They are 2 laps down though, so this is damage limitation for them. If they kept something back, then they need to deliver now, but it's harder to actually get that move late on. We've got 31 minutes remaining, don't forget, and then we will have 6 laps where it's the final sort out. Right now, teams 4 and 6 are in the lead. Oh, that was it. Well, it was a good changeover, but riding into trouble right then, I think that was Dan Holloway. That was Guy East, the man who chooses to live in Tijuana. There we are, maybe it's the brass. Does he collect rubbings? I'm not sure.
So we've got 2 teams out there trying to gain their lap, sharing the pace making, but not having it easy. The team number 5, the RRAA boys on the front, to set a fast tempo there for the peloton.
Well, glad that all of you are enjoying it out there. We certainly are. Don't forget, you can keep in touch with us via Twitter. It's at Carlton Kirby, and we will field your questions if you have any. I'm sure you're going to have plenty. That was interesting. There was a flick of the arm there to say, come on, help out. If we're going to make this, you're going to have to do it. We're going to have to work together. And so, yeah, begging duties, I think, between the pairing that are out there, the Tracks team and the Ireland 200. Or just call it the Ireland 2000. So they've got ambitions. Not only numeric, good change from Guy to Holloway. I don't think they're going to make the escape here because the pack have suddenly decided to charge with half an hour to go. I think they've refound themselves within the pack, and I don't think this is going to make it.
No, they're going to get swallowed up there. They got stuck out there for far too long, and it's going to be a wasted effort. So what the guys need to do is just ease back and give themselves a chance to recover and go a little bit later. They're wasting energy by staying out there now. Yeah, they are. May as well give it up and then hold on, despite the fact 2 laps down the Americans, and that's what they're battling against. They don't like it. Don't like it at all. It's a big loss if you can't deliver on something like this, but 6 days is a long, long time, and you've got to keep something in the bank, haven't you? Yeah, I mean, it's all about survival.
Yeah.
It's all about trying to conserve as much energy, and of course, Carl, when you make those attacks, you've got to make sure they're made at the right time and they're effective.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you've wasted all that effort, and all you've done is just tire yourself, wasted energy. And of course, they're young.
Eigenlijk op de baan bijna alles gewonnen wat je kan winnen. De wereldbeker gewonnen, achtervolging, wereldbeker koppenkoers. Tweede op de week achtervolging, tweede op de week.
Margay and Hester, the 3 is Maurice, Jens Maurice, Orica Greenedge and Wim Sturtinger, European champion in the Omnium a few years ago.
We gaan nu doortrekken met die makkelijk trappende Margay en ook Bartko, die ooit Olympisch kampioen werd.
Ja, hele goede remmer en ook een hele grote erenlijst natuurlijk, zeker op de baan.
Currently held by teams 4 and 6.
That's right, and I mean, just look at Barco there, riding very confidently. He knows exactly when to go on the attack. Made sure he's gone with another 2 teams, so not going to waste energy. He can share the pace making, and compared to the attack of the 2 previous teams, it looks like it's going to be decisive. They're not going to be out there for a long time. They're not going to be wasting energy. It's going to be a decisive attack, and these 3 teams are going to gain a lap's advantage.
It's about choosing your engine room as well, not only within your own team, but those around you. It's almost an unspoken knowledge that they have here about when is the time to go, and they have delivered, and that is superb timing. So we have 4 teams then that are a lap ahead and 2 laps ahead of a couple of teams out there, 3 teams in fact. So they have made it back on. The hooter will sound in a few moments' time, I'm sure, to actually announce the fact that they have made it to the back. As soon as the commissaires are happy, they'll give the thumbs up to the hooter man, who'll engage his own hooter. Off the front, Lichtart knows that there's a danger here, and he has hit the go button as well.
But he's taken team number 5, Stockler and Harvick with them, so 2 strong teams. They're going to be able to show the pace making, and they've already got nearly a half lap advantage, so looks like a decisive attack. And they, as soon as Barco got his lap, they went straight onto the attack to make sure they weren't left behind.
You know, counter-attacking is all part of the game here. Nick Stoppler and Juri Harvik riding for AA Drink. That's in a green, yellow and blue. It sort of looks like a mashup between Sweden and Australia, doesn't it? that jersey. In the pure white, Pim Littart and Marcel Katz. It's not a flag of surrender for these guys. It's almost pure power that they can deliver. Pim Littart, the Dutchman, is just a force. He's amazing. And well, they're on a drive right now, and it's not going to be long before they're on the back end. They've only got what, about an eighth of a lap right, not even, so 20 metres before they get back on. So they have done it as well. They've unlapped themselves.
And they did it in a short space of time.
Very short.
And of course, you've got to choose the right moment to go to attack, but also you've got to make sure you attack with the right team, so it's going to be decisive.
7 teams now on the lead lap. And by the look of it, we've got some real determination out there, and some very, very powerful and effective tactics being invoked. There you are, 7 teams then are on the lead lap. Gate and Roberts, what are they going to do? What can they do? Boskamp and Hasselmann, Trader and Hoffman, come on fellas. And indeed the other 3 that are off that scoreboard. So there we are. So of those who have are a lap behind, Vitek, Melvin Boskamp and Jesper Hasselmann, do they like the situation? Of course they don't, which is why they're trying to get some allies here to make a break. Trouble is, the people they're dragging along with them right now are already a lap ahead of them, and they don't like it, so they backed out of it just now. Teams 7 and 8 also moving towards the front. We have Jens Maurice. Oh, hello. There it is. We Publish have gone for it. Now, who've they taken with them? It's Gate and Roberts. Well, we said they needed to do something, and have they finally got what it takes to get there? Sadly for them, they've got Boskamp and Hasselmann. I did say that the men in black, MIB3, of Boskamp and Hasselmann for the Vitek team, needed to do something. Unfortunately, they've dragged along not a couple of anchors, but certainly not the quickest boys out there at this time of the evening on this discipline. And they're not happy with it. The pack are racing back on. They're not going to let this happen. Why? Because there are 7 teams that have an interest in keeping Team 9, Boskamp and Hasselmann's, within the pack here.
That's right, so it's all going to come back together, and they don't want any more teams coming back to 0. When you make your attack, you've got to pick the right moment, and you've got to make sure it's decisive.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you've got 7 teams who have a great ability to control the race, and that's what they're trying to do now. They are nullifying any kind of breaks, because as a select group of 7 teams, you can do that. You've got allies who are going to not let other quality teams get back on the same lap.
That's right. I mean, you've got 7 strong teams all on 0. We've now got 3 teams going off the front here. You've got the German Lampetar there on the front. He's gone with the Belgian Ketteler.
You know what?
And then we've got the AA boys.
Indeed. Aha! Thing you might say. So, teams 4, 5 and 6. There's a purity about that, isn't there? And look at this. Pure power, strength, determination, tactics. They've got the lot, they've got the pace, and just look at this. That is a third of a lap in the blink of an eye.
That's right. I mean, decisive. They've got half a lap already, so a lot of experience there, and it shows. And they're working very well together, sharing the pace making. Some very good, smooth changes there, and they certainly know what they're doing. They're going to gain this lap very quickly, Carl.
They certainly are. They've got half a lap right now. The trouble is, for those who are trapped within a train that involves some very tired legs and some teams that perhaps are just losing a bit of heart with 22 minutes to go, a couple of laps down, some of those boys, don't forget, and they're thinking, well, I'm not going to make up a couple of laps, so why should I help you out? There's a little bit of needle going on, and well, there's teams that don't like it. There we go, third of a lap is all they've got to get back. Some slick changes as well. Some great work by Koopmans with Margate and Hester doing some good slinging. Lampeter and Crader in the orange, and the AA boys in that by now familiar yellow, green, blue and white. How many colours could they get on their palette? I guess they've kept it to one end of the spectrum at least. Fantastic, look at this. There they are. Now this trio are going to be a very select group. Now I think, maybe sticking out time, those three teams with 21 minutes to go have got such an advantage right now. Will anyone else be able to muster some kind of attack that they can't match?
I think so. We've still got a long way to go. We're only just over halfway through this Madison, and there's a lot of teams who aren't going to be prepared to settle for where they are at the moment.
Least of all, or most of all, I suppose, Lichtart and Katz. Lichtart and Katz, there they are. Pim, what have you got? Is it time to break out the Pims? We'll see. Summer's gone, winter's here, 6-day racing. Yeah, have no fear. There's Boskamp and Asselmans. I'll just issue that book of poetry at the end of the season, shall I? But when is the end of the season? Who knows? We're still racing. We've gone indoors and we're here in Amsterdam. It is the 6 days, and what a drive it is. It had to be a response, and Pim Lichtart and Marcel Kals have done exactly that. They've gone off the nose, but they have dragged some anchors along with them.
They're carrying some dead weight.
They are.
I think you're going to see very soon that the peloton's all going to come back together. It's going to resettle before you see another attack. And that attack could well come from the German Panzer, Robert Barco. Just watch it.
German what?
Panzer.
All right. There we are. Round the back straight he goes, and into the corner. You know what? Gaten Roberts in the yellow here, the Telegraph. Out of all the jerseys, I think it's possibly the most attractive. But they're on a bit of a hiding here, I'm afraid. And they are 2 laps down, and they're in good company. We only have 3 teams that are clear and out front. 4, 5, 6. Yes, it is. Team 4. Thielen with De Kettler and Van Hoog. Team 5, AA Drink, as they go for it. Boskamp and Maytag. Team with Asselman. They may let him go. He's going to do this. They're going to do this on their own. They don't want dead weight down there, and they're good enough to get back on Boskamp and Asselman. Here they come. Here comes the change. They may have a bit of help.
Caspers Van Ziller.
Yeah,
to close up that gap.
They are the Tracks boys. They won't mind them coming along for the ride, because if they get help, it's about unlapping at this point. You bury all your alliances with 6 to go.
That's right. You use each other, try and get as much help from other teams as possible. But it looks like, I'm not sure this is quite going to be a decisive move, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually comes back here, Carl.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's so late on in the evening, no, it's coming back. And why? Because the train's being driven on, and it's being pushed incredibly hard at the moment by team number 4, Dylan. Now, they were very active at the beginning. Dalen don't want these guys to get away, but more importantly, they want to form their own attack. And with 18 minutes to go, I guess we're kind of running out of time. We have 6 laps, but look how quickly these laps spin by once the clock is out. 17 minutes to go now. Arm flicks out saying, come on, do some work and let's help each other out here. We've got to get this back. They've kept it going. They've extended the lead a bit more, but you've got to fear for them. Hoffman and Hecky also try and join the fun in the 12 pea green outfit. There they are down the back straight. So running in some nice changes, but this trio, they've been caught, and most of the push on there was by Crader and Hoffman, the South African and the Dutchman, who just hooked up, buried the rest. You know, Pim Ligdahl here, he's tried on a number of occasions to get himself unlapped. He's got a chance now. He's got AA drinks with him. Unfortunately for him. Oh no, Vlasman, I beg your pardon. I was going to say, unfortunately for him, they're a lap ahead as well. He's got the right team right now. He has got the right group. At last, they have assembled an effective counter-attacking team right now. This quartet.
That's right. The 4 teams out in front now are totally committed. They've got to work together a little bit better though. They've gained nearly half a lap advantage, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be allowed to go. You've got the Belgian team, De Kettler and Van Hoek now on the front of the peloton. Are they going to lift up that tempo? Is it going to stay together? Doesn't look like team number 2, Luke Roberts and Aaron Gate, can stay on their wheel.
4, 5 and 6, don't forget, are our leaders, and the chase down is happening right now, and they have got themselves together for a drive down. Oh, and look at this. This is absolutely magnificent. It is Boretti in the orange and Dalen in the pink who've decided that they're going to stop these guys. Look at this. Well, they may well have ridden off, but riding on after them are the 2 of the teams who are a couple of laps ahead, and that is quality riding. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, they're closed up very, very quickly there. They notice the danger. You've got 6 teams together now, and you've got a peloton of 7 riders, and it looks like these 6 teams will get the lap, and they'll work together to get it, because I don't think the 7 teams who's what's left can match their pace.
No, but amongst this sextet as it is right now, there are only 2 teams here that will remain head and shoulders above everybody else, because when teams 4 and 6 also get back on, they manage to latch onto this train, this escape train if you like, and look at them go. Part of the drive, Vlasman leading this little group right now with Morris and Sturdinger, but look who's behind, marking them brilliantly, De Kettler and Van Hoek, and they're going to make it on as well. And what it means is that teams 4 and 6 are now alone out front. That was quality Madison riding at its very, very best. 2 minutes to go, that route goes on.
Got their lap.
There we are. It's not a super tanker coming up one of the canals here, but it very much sounds like that. That was superb. So we just have the 2 teams. There they are. Confirmation to Keirin and Hope. Lampton and Crader at the top, with Ligdahl, Morris and Stoppler and Harvick still very much in the frame. My goodness. 2 teams then. And I've got to tell you, those 2 teams that lead, teams 4 and 6, that's De Kettler and Hope for Dalen, team 4, and I beg your pardon, Boretti, which is Lampton and Crader. They have this in their sights. I said out of those trio that 2 of them, or that we would find our winner, and I believe it. Well, the counter-attacks are going on, and but I think it's all too late. They are prepared to say this with 13 minutes remaining. We will see. It's going to be fascinating however it pans out, Tony.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, you've got Team 5 who have gone to try and regain their lap, but of course they're going with teams who are suffering, so aren't going to be able to help share the pacemaking.
Yeah, and you know who's on their case? Team 4. They're looking. Kenny De Kettler and Gijs Van Hoek, for me, look like the winners of this, because they've seemed to have got so much in reserve. They're chasing on again.
Looks like it's all going to come back together. So, I mean, this is the time for the counter-attack.
Yeah, right now.
Wait for it to come back together, and then bang. And then bang.
A fascinating series of events we have unfolding before us right now. credit where it's due, and the Daland team with Kenny de Kettler and Gies van Hoek, they have been magnificent. There they are, running P2 on track right now. There they are, they take the nose. And this is the best place to be. If you're going to monitor counter-attacks, then just absolutely stay put. That's what they're doing. The boys in the orange running in 4th place at the moment. They're the only ones who are going to deny them, I think. Anyway, by the end of this, we have 12 minutes remaining and then 6 laps. And those 6 laps, Tony, are going to absolutely rock it by, aren't they, at the end?
I mean, the closing laps and then sprinting for the line will go through very fast. But you've got team number 1, Lucas Jess there, taken off.
He has, and
not decisive though.
It's not decisive, and the reason is there's an engine room behind them that do not want them to get away. And it's 2 teams in particular, and doing the main body of the work, it's Leif Lampeter and Ray Crader as we speak for Peretti. They working beautifully with team number 4, Daland, which is Kettler and Van Hoek. Now, towards the end, you just watch the alliance, if you like, between those 2 teams fall to bits in 11 minutes time when they start racing with 6 laps to go. Everybody else is being neutralised, and they're taking in turns to spoil their party. This time it's team number 6 who are up there on the leaderboard, part of 2 teams that have a lap on everybody else, and the men in orange did the work that time by after the men in pink did the work last time. This is terrific, and with 10 minutes to go, we have that call for you. How many laps are going to make in 10 minutes, plus the 6?
I mean, in 10 minutes, they're going to be covering...
it's about 12 seconds a lap, about 13 seconds a lap.
8.5k, so they'll be covering over 40 laps.
There we go. So, just sit back and enjoy as on the nose, there he goes, as if by magic. Well, make amends, why don't you, if you possibly can. And it's Team 5, AA Drinks. I think this is their last roll of the dice, and look who's leading the charge. The men in pink pick it up after the orange boys of Peretti did their work. Kenny de Kettler and Van Hoek are on the charge yet again for Daland, and they want to spoil this for the AA Drinks boys. I don't think these AA Drinks boys have got a chance of this. There we are. Mind you, say that, I'm just looking, they've made up half a lap. That was fast work. It's just a little bit less than that, but they've got to do it on their own. Will they make it?
I mean, you've got the Belgian team here of de Kettler and Van Hoek. I mean, they need to stay on the front and close that gap down. It's up to them now. They've got to bring them back. They need to stay at the front of the peloton and just hold them out there, let them waste and expand some energy.
Well, they're doing it. It might well be that they just kind of choke them off. 9 minutes to go. We'll see what sort of cost this has been at. They had to do it because teams 4 and 6, remember it was 4, 5 and 6, 4 and 6 lead. So team 5 are trying to get back on the lead lap at the moment, but they're having to do it on their own. Now, I think the gap is starting to narrow here. Just having a look, we're going to check on that for you right now. It's holding station, and I think this is going to have, even if he manages to make this back on, this is going to be such a cost with 8 minutes only to go, that I think when it comes to the last 6 laps, that burst for the line, it could be in trouble.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be the hardest walk lap of the evening. They're working very hard, but they're not getting it easy. The bunch is not letting them go, and they're going to expand a lot of energy, but they are totally committed. Now got Jens Morris, team number 3, who's gone to the front of the peloton, trying to assert himself, wide his legs, trying to find those good old track legs.
Well, it's only a lap down, don't forget. I think it's decided that they need to help out the AA Drinks boys. AA Drinks are still out there, but they've only got a third of a lap. Now, in the last 2 minutes, 2 minutes of full-on sprinting, let's not forget. Now, that has a massive, massive cost. They've only made up about, in fact, they made up nothing. They made up nothing. They're still at the same distance. They're kind of locked down here.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting really hard. I mean, once you're out there, Carl, you've got to be committed. You just can't give up, because you just need the riders in the front of the peloton just to ease back that little bit, and before you know it, you've made up another 25 metres. You've got the back of the peloton in sight, and once you can see them, you know you can get that lap.
Slowly but surely, but I'm telling you, lap by lap, they're making up possibly 2 meters. It's just not enough at the moment. 7 minutes to go before we suddenly hit the afterburners, and we have that final 6 laps of our opening evening here of the 6 Days of Amsterdam. Your winter warm-up, I think you might say, out there and going red hot. He's going to make it back on. They've eased down the pace just a little bit, and I'm not surprised with 7 minutes to go, and they have made it back on. But I think that's been a huge cost to them. There's a roar from the crowd of congratulations to the AA Drinks boys, but that had to hurt.
That was a really hard fought lap, but they can't wait to hear that foghorn. They've got that lap, and it's going to prove decisive. They've got 7 minutes to try and recover, sit on the wheels, and see if they can be in contention.
And what's going to happen? Of course there's going to be a counter-attack. Now who is there is the big question. Vlasman, Team 3 are leading the charge, and of course Pim Ligdad and Marcel Counts of Team 1 have gone with them. Of course they have. The Visa boys do not like this whatsoever. They put something in the bank. They're about to roll out the credit card, but at what cost and at what rate of interest are they going to have to pay back? I've got to tell you, there's 4 out of the road at the moment, and the bridge goes now. Here we go. Bang, bang, bang. They come across the line. 6 minutes to go, and then 6 laps.
I mean, it looks like it's all to come back together. Too many trying to break away together there. The top part boys weren't going to let it happen, and it really is an event where you've really got to watch and choose your attacks very carefully. Make sure you take the right wheels with you.
4, 5 and 6, those are your team numbers who are out in front at the moment by a clear lap. Dalen, AA Drink and Beretti. AA Drink though have had a massive effort on their own to get back onto the lead lap. I think the best that they can hope for is 3rd place here, and it's going to go between teams 4 and 6. That's Dalen, Kenny de Kettler, the big man, with Hees van Hoek, he and the Beretti boys, Lamperter and Kreder. You just watch them. 5 minutes to go and then 6 laps.
I mean, on a small track, things can happen and change very quickly, Carson. So I don't think it's just going to be an easy ride round to that final sprint. I think we're going to see some more attacks, and I think we're going to see another decisive move of a team going for a lap before that final sprint.
You know what? I would not be surprised if it was Dalen. Oh, and as if by magic they hit it, do they? Oh, it's the Koopmans boys on the chase, trying to chase down Bredenord as well. Now they're still a lap behind, but this is a hit into nothing, I'm afraid. They can hit the ball into the fog, and it's going to get lost in this battle. And believe me, there is a lot of smoke out there that's got to clear before this one's sorted out. But to my mind anyway, there are 2 teams that can boss this. And just watch out for team number 4, because I think Kenny de Kettler is on the boil.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's the man of the moment.
Leuke man tegen sprint met hem, en waren sprinters die begonnen tegen hem aan te hangen, maar het was net tegen een blok beton aanhingen.
That final sprint.
Well, we've only got 4 minutes and then we've got 6 laps. Now 4 minutes is an awful lot more. Don't forget it's about 13 seconds.
Beretti koppel zich een beetje heeft hersteld.
Hoek are up there. Watch out for the boys. They're in about position 6 at the moment. There you go, 3 minutes of racing left. Margay and Hester, the Koopmans boys, in the rude pink. I don't quite know how to define the 2 different pinks. One's called shocking pink, plain old pink. One of them will be in the pink, and I imagine it's going to be de Kettler and Van Hoek. But I've nailed my opinions to the mast a little bit early. Weaving high and up the track, just trying to avoid some changeovers. Everyone's kept this nice and safe for the time being, but right now it's a monitoring job that's going on. 3 minutes left and then 6 laps, and they will be flying laps, believe me. And it's going to be a case of just, I think, possibly hiding yourself within the pack. Still trying to neutralise any last hopes. Vlasman go off the front with Morris and Sturtinger at the moment, but look who's monitoring them. The Telegraph with Garte and Gaten Roberts, I beg your pardon. But just behind them, Kettler and Van Hoek. They're being the policemen of this one, and it's the boys in the pink that are driving this one home, and they're doing such a superb job. The free riders at the moment, let's not forget, are the Beretti boys, Lampeter and Trader. They are suddenly finding themselves about 6th, 7th, 8th at the back there. They are saving energy. That could be vital.
It could be vital, but the Belgian pair of team number 4, they're riding very confidently, and they're.
En moet zo dadelijk nog één keer dat gat proberen te dichten. Van dit kan stoot hij uit.
But team number 3, they're not going to be a threat to the overall leaders of this Madison race. But I think again they might have left it too late. You've got team number 1 there trying to go on the counter attack.
Yeah, people are trying to set off against Maurice and Luke Studinger. This is Blasman versus Visa, team 3 and team 1 out there trying to unlap themselves very late. There's only a minute to go, and then we've got 6 laps remaining. Even if they make it back on, I don't think they're going to feature at the end of this one. So the clock's going to be out before you know it, and then we start to count down here. And just look, exactly what we said. Dalen hit the front. Oh, they've been such a powerhouse. Now watch out for Beretti in the orange here. They are the danger. The men in pink are Dalen, which is Kenny de Kettler, and Hees van Hoek. Now they have been the policemen out there. They've been the ones that have reached out and pulled everyone back. They've done it again with Lichtart and Katz, and suddenly the laps are going to start counting, and we'll be rolling them down. The clock's about to disappear, and then it's the business end of the day.
Well, that's right. You've got team number 3 have left it very, very late, but you've got the leading teams who are on 0. They're not worried about team 3, Jens Morrison, Scotty being stuck out there. They're just going to be watching one another. Teams 4, team 6, they're going to be in the kill.
They certainly are. I've been waiting for that 1 minute marker to disappear and then for the laps to get called. We'll be waiting for the man with the bell before you know it, because these 6 laps are going to disappear. The clock's jammed on 1.
I mean, that's not the first time. Sometimes these promoters, they like to see their riders suffering out there, and those 1 minute could be a 10-minute before the performance.
Goed, die gaan voor het laatste beetje. Het allerlaatste beetje om terug te keren.
Forget about who's made it back on. It was a great effort, I've got to say, by Team 5, AA Drinks boys, but they're not going to feature towards the end here, surely. Stoppler, there we are, 3, 4, 5 and 6 are your teams. But believe me, it's going to come down to, I'm sure, the Dalen boys and the Beretti boys. We're going to have a look. Here we are. Lichtart's not part of the proceedings, although he wants to unlap himself, or at least put the hurt on, and maybe take something at the line. Don't forget, it's about intermediate places as well. And so, he could finish 5th here if he crosses the line first. 2 laps to go, and we will have the bell for you fairly shortly. Around they come on this opening day of proceedings in this fantastic 6th day of Amsterdam. They're going to sail round, and it'll be the bell for the last time on the first night of these 6 days. And what did we say? It had to happen. Absolutely, it's the Dalen boys who are out front. Come on, he says, let's deliver this. Pim Lifton picks it up with Katz, and they're hitting this, and they're hitting it hard. But here come the men in orange. The Beretti boys around the outside, but it's going to be Team 4. It's going to be Dalen. Oh, they deserve that. They earned that. They were the policemen. They delivered. They beat everybody up. That was track cycling at its very, very best. What about that? What about that?
I mean, fantastic. The Belgian boys certainly mean business. Belgians always love to win. To come in Holland and win, I mean, they're going to raise the class to themselves.
Niet echt een baantrekje, maar dat gaat morgen zeker het geval zijn.
Team 4 from a long, long way out. Guess what? It was Team 4.
It was Team 4. No, they rode very well. I mean, they seem to grow in stature as the Madison. Ticked off the lap, ticked off the minutes, and it's going to be a tremendous boost to their morale to come to the first 6 day, the first major Madison of the night, and to really assert themselves, take the lead. So they're starting off to let everyone know that they mean business, and Kenny de Kettler shows that he really means it.
Tell you what, credit where credit's due. Forget about Lichtart and Katz, who finished second across the line there. Finishing second on the day. We're actually...
Ik kon even niet goed zien wie er tweede werd in de sprint, maar...
They made it, and they finished runner-up on this last event. Credit to them.
I mean, tremendous ride, because as I said, they had the hardest earned lap. So they worked very hard. They started off the evening superbly, and they carried it on all the way. Just wondering how much it's actually going to cost them the first night and that hard lap, whether they're going to pay for it later on during the week.
We shall see. Look at that, some happy boys, and I've got to say I'm absolutely delighted with the first day of the 6 days, and I cannot wait for the next 5.
And can't I must say, aren't they pretty in pink?
They certainly are. Steve Wood says, cheers Carlton, great day, you cheer up a Monday blues. Absolutely. Well, don't forget to stay with us for the rest of this 5 days left of the 6. Steve, I hope you're going to join us for the ride. Jamie Johnson likewise just loves it. Kettle is on the boil now. Did I say? I think I did. Thanks Jamie though for reminding me. I might use that one again a little bit later on. And 247.tv have also been showing proceedings tonight. Maybe that's where you caught it globally. If you found us, then don't forget to tell your mates. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and we've got 5 more to come. Are we lucky, boys?
We're very lucky. I mean, tremendous. First night of the Amsterdam 6 Day, and we've seen some great racing. I mean, look at the flying 2 laps. The record that was set by Mark Hester and Margot. So they showed that for the time trial they mean business, and then you got Team 4, Team 5 and Team 6 in Madison who really excelled, and I think we're going to have some tremendous racing, and I hope everyone's going to come back and join us for the next 5 nights. And I think the action's only just starting, Carl.
It has. Our leaders, incidentally, are Kenny and Heiss. They've assembled 53 points on this opening day. And I'm going to tell you, they only lead by a solitary point from Team 5, Stoppler and Harvick. No wonder they drove so hard at the end there. 1 point in it in the opening day. A lot of points still to be taken. A lot to forgive, I guess, as well. A lot of chit-chat between teammates. And maybe not a little sadness for those who didn't bring enough to the party on the first day. But believe me, this is one party that's going to roll. It's an incredible festival. There's time to get back into this one.
I think we've got a lot more time, a lot more racing. There's going to be many hundreds of laps which are going to be covered before the end of the race. And let's just raise a glass to the Belgians.
Oh, yes.
There you go, cheers. Well, thanks very much for this coffee, I much appreciate it.
Yeah, it's in a beer glass and it says Jupiler on it. I'm more than happy to acknowledge how refreshing this is. Oh, gosh.
Much appreciated.
Thank you very
tremendous
much.
First night of racing, and what a way to kick off the European indoor season here in Amsterdam.
Doesn't get better.
Great night's racing.
Well, don't forget, if you join us tonight, then I certainly hope that you will find us once again. We will be here and hope you can join us. How come 2 sets of flowers on the night? I guess because they're leading the night.
Leading the race, they won the Madison, they're the overall leaders after the first night, the first 6 day of the winter season here in Amsterdam. Tremendous for the Belgian boys.
Good lads. Well, we will take our leave in a short while. I think we may well be just staying on to at least have a chat with these fellas. But if you've enjoyed it, then let us know. It's at Carlton Kirby on Twitter. And of course, have you got a Twitter account?
No, I haven't. That's one thing I've managed to steer away from.
He's still using pigeons to communicate. So yeah, if you'd like to leave a message for Tony as well, then please feel free to do so on my account, which is at Carlton Kirby.
Congratulations. That was a last-minute charge. Were you worried or confident you were going to come back?
No, we weren't really worrying. We were pretty comfortable. We were always in the lead. We were always one step ahead. So it's very nice if you can always race ahead of the others. So they have to attack you, then it's better to defend sometimes.
And what type of Madison was raced out there? That final Madison.
Yeah, the Madison, it was pretty easy for us because we just did a good race, and the other couples, they had to attack us. So we were confident because we were third on the European Championships Sunday. So yeah.
So thinking back 24 hours ago, you expected to be the leader after day one, or what were you thinking?
Well, you can never expect to be the leader, but we knew that our shape is really good. We trained well in the lead to this competition, and it all works out well. We know each other very good because we've been racing a lot together last year, and we just planned to go for 2 events. Was the last Madison and team elimination. Team elimination we were second, so it gives good points, and still 5 days to go. We're in the lead now, so it brings a lot of pressure with it as well. We have to carry the race and all that, but yeah, we'll just go on like we do, and we'll see where we go tomorrow.
Exactly 5 more days to go. Do you have lessons that you take into tomorrow's race?
Try to keep the lead and do what we did today. Just race and don't think too much. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Good lads, a good night and a fantastic way to open proceedings on this, the first race of the 6-day winter cycling season. You're here in Amsterdam. My name's Carlton Kirby, alongside me Tony Doyle. Tony, enjoyed yourself as we just get confirmation of how they stand?
I mean, fantastic. I mean, I know you've been itching to come out for a weekend with me in Amsterdam for some time. I told you to not to, but to wait to the 6th day, and hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Been a great night's racing, and can't wait for tomorrow.
Neither can I. Yeah, itchy to come here. Fantastic. We'll say a fond farewell to you. See you tomorrow back here in Amsterdam. Bye-bye.
What inspires Giant to push the boundaries of bicycle technology? It's simple, to make you faster. We became the world's #1 cycling brand by delivering unrivaled craftsmanship, innovation, and inspiration to every ride. We create bikes that inspire you to push your own boundaries. We innovate to make you faster.
This program was presented by Giant Bicycles, Tux, and Island 200.